Wasabi. What's crack-a-lackin', everybody? Welcome to Disagreement. What am I missing? Today's the day where you get to call in and voice your disagreements with maybe videos I've had. Most of the videos have been mainly Spider-Man because that's how that works. Spider-Man takes precedence over everything. I don't care what's going on in Israel or Gaza or Palestine. None of that matters, bro. I don't care. The only thing I'm sad about that's going on over there is that they don't get to play. They don't get to play Spider-Man 2. That's the only thing I'm sad about. And of course, the cam is froze, but it's understandable because we gotta be careful. But that's the only thing that I'm sad about. They don't get to play Spider-Man 2. They too busy dodging bombs and stuff like that, and worrying about what's whose state is this state or is that state, Zionism and all that, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I really am sorry for them. But nevertheless, we will be playing Alan Wake 2 over on Twitch once we're done with Disagreement Day. Just a heads up. Actually, no, we were supposed to be playing a multiplayer game. Do we have any multiplayer? Excuse me. Do we have any multiplayer games? Because I was thinking about playing Alan Wake 2. I mean, because there's really no multiplayer games out currently. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Heard it's fire? Really? I hope it's fire, bro. I hope it is fire. For me, I really do hope it's fire. Larry Rivenbark, first super of the day. Says, did you notice that they messed up the symbol on the classic symbiote suit in the game? It's all square and wrong. No, I didn't notice that. I didn't. The symbiote suit on the classic symbiote? What do you mean square? How did they mess up? What do you mean it's square? I don't know what you mean by that, bro. I'd have to see it to understand what you mean by that. That's crazy. That's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Anyways, let's see if we can open up the phone lines. Because I think we fixed Skype. Skype is working. They unblocked it. Okay, let's allow it to connect online. I need to upgrade my graphics driver. One thing I've been messing around with, or looking to mess around with, Cachador, if anybody knows what that is. It's supposed to be some AI animation thing. I'm curious to see how it works. Very curious, because what I have in mind for my AI thing is, I wonder if it's similar. Also, we're gonna be doing I think we're gonna be doing like a brainstorm live stream for the demo. God dog it. As you all know, I have a demo in mind of the Spider. That's what we're gonna call it right now. Of Spider-Man Combat. That's what I have in mind. Oh shoot, fast move back. Gotcha. Okay, sweet. So he's doing the topology. All right. I'm excited to get things done. Working on a few things. I don't know if I showed you guys as far as concepts for bosses, because I want them to turn into, once again, I want them to evolve into bigger baddies. I guess I can't say baddies because baddie means something completely different nowadays. But bigger bosses, essentially. We talked about this on a live stream a while ago, didn't we? I'm trying to see if I can show you just some concept, because we wanted the goblin Goblin Squad and stuff. So we're thinking of purple and green. That's what I'm thinking. Show you some concept of the grunts. The grunts that we have in mind. Then I was thinking of green, just green soldiers. I showed you the green soldiers. But I was like, okay, maybe purple and green would probably be better. The Goblin faction, yeah. Goblin faction. So let me show you. I can show you a couple of things. Nothing's been created yet. These are just designs so far. As far as what I'm thinking about how they look, things like that. Let me see if I can. God dang, that is so loud. 614, you're on the line. What's the disagreement, and tell me why?
Okay, so I have one. It's a small disagreement. Honestly, it could go either way. So initially, I agreed with you when I beat the game, and Goblin was like, "Hey, what have you done to my son?" I thought he was practically begging just to be Green Goblin for the next game, right? Because it made no sense. Because we just saved your son. He like you said, the EMT just said, "Hey, he has a pulse, it's weak, but he's still alive." Um, but I feel like we have to remember Norman has been really protective over Harry during the first game of trying to kill him and get him back with whatever illness he had, and then this whole game. So I feel like he was blinded by his need to protect his son.
What do you mean blinded by his need to protect his son?
Like he kept seeing Harry as the victim in the whole situation, regardless of him previously being Venom. But he still felt like it's his son, his blood. He feels like he just needs to be this overprotective person. So he sees Harry just unconscious on the floor. He's like, "Hey, what the hell have you done to my son?" Now, I'm not trying to make an excuse for Insomniac the writers or whoever for that dialogue that we got from Norman, but you could possibly lean in towards that way.
Yeah, I just don't see how he'd be overprotective. I don't know how that is seeing him as being overprotective. He doesn't know where his son has been for this whole entire time. He doesn't know what happened and what transpired. It just seems that he just jumps to conclusions, which is out of what they've established for Norman. Given that this is Spider-Man, the same Spider-Man who saved his ass when Dr. Octavius dropped him from the building, I just don't see how he would then jump to conclusions of Spider-Man now harming his son or something.
Because all he knows previously is that Spider-Man was trying to fight Venom, and
But he
so
wasn't. He doesn't know. All he knows, the only thing he saw was Venom throw Spider-Man through 5 buildings or so.
yeah, but when they were in the same room with Dr. Connors and Venom and everything, he was like, "Hey, save my son." So he knows that Spider-Man was going to be directly involved and sort of pushed him towards Venom.
Yeah, and he saw the engagement with Spider-Man. Venom completely wrecked him the first encounter.
Yeah, but he still thinks Venom, or Harry again, is, so to say, the victim.
I don't have a problem with him thinking that. The issue I have is him blaming Spider-Man for something.
And that's where I think he's just completely blinded, though.
I don't see how he's blinded. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, well, I do have one question. Because I found this feature in the game, which I was honestly surprised that it was here. But the little web lines where you can put, they're normally in stealth, where you can attach a web line to a wall or another pillar or somewhere. Did you know those actually, during free roam, they stay up anywhere you go? because I put one in a whole district on like the southwest of the island and traveled the whole map. And then I ran into the same one I put up maybe 5-10 minutes ago, and it's still there, which I was shocked because you can't put a bunch of web lines together. There's like a limit. So I was shocked that they would even stay up forever.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. I mean, it's not canon, but it's pretty insane as far as technological wise.
I think so too. All right. Well, that was my disagreement.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
No problem. Take care. Stay safe. I got it. Goodness gracious, that sounded so irritating. How do I mute that? Do 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 do. 832, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
What's good, Lucas? So I haven't fully watched your video of the spoiler review yet, but at the part I'm at, I disagree with you with on the lizard thing, how you said Peter beat him before, so how is this time any different? If you
Wait, what did I say?
You said that when fighting a lizard, why did he need the symbiote suit? And you're saying Peter beat him before, so how is this?
Oh
time
yeah,
any different?
yeah.
So the reason why it's different is because if you remember, throughout when we were at the Craven area, part of the thing, it was kind of showing that he was amping everybody's stuff up, like their suits or their powers or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So the serum was actually a stronger serum. And if you, I forgot the Asian dude's name, that's like a little computer guy. It's like Genki or something, like whatever his name is. He mentioned how the skin, how he like shed his skin, so it's like, doesn't that mean he's bigger, which kind of implies that he's getting stronger. And then also, what was it? When Peter went into that underground like Oscorp lab, he said, "Oh, here's the original serum that Dr. Connors used to cure him, but it's not. But this time it won't work or something like that." I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, I remember that.
So it kind of was implying that the serum is a stronger serum, so it made sense that why it's not the same as last time, and that it's a stronger version of the lizard.
I mean, that's fair. I don't think they showed that in any of the audio.
They might have not shown
from
it, but they kind
Peter
of
or
implied
anything.
it with. I can see that they didn't show it, but they kind of implied it with the lore, I guess, if you could say. So I mean, yeah, if you want to say they didn't show it, I can agree with that.
All right, fair enough.
All right, that was about it. All right, man. All right, bye.
Later. That's fair. If we're saying that that Craven made him even bigger and stronger, but the thing is, because we haven't seen the lizard before, I don't have a reference point, and Peter isn't really acting or reacting like, whoa, like what happened to you? He just seems like, okay, well, we just got to capture him again. So that led me to believe that this is just his standard size. 313 on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Yeah, my disagreement is with your general prognosis of the game, at least how it came off in your 55-minute review. It felt like you were pretty positive on the game, but I feel like the game had like quite a few issues that would like dock it down into the mediocre territory. So I was just wondering,
mediocre?
Yeah, I'd say so.
What are these technical issues?
So I would say the gameplay isn't all that like special. Like even if you look at like the Arkham games, those were what, like 12 years ago when they first started. It's the same general combat. So I do think Spider-Man 2018 was very, very good. Now it had the same combat, but it was also excusable because web swinging was like novel at the time. All the stuff with that, it was cool. It's like, oh, they're gonna build off it, but like when the sequel, it's like very minimal upgrades. I'm kind of like, oh, this is just kind of like an average. I feel like any studio could have made this game. And when you combine it with the story issues, I feel like I agree with you when you just posted your nitpick video. I feel like we should be way harder on this game than we have been.
I think, we can to an extent. I just think this has to do as far as with the improvements that they've made. I think the improvements that they made as far as to combat, to web swinging, I think that's pretty significant. I think what takes it down is going to be the story.
Yeah, the story's a big. I really feel they nerfed Peter in the story.
Yeah, but I don't consider it mediocre. I mean, this is some of the best web swinging that we've had to date. I think it finally beats Spider-Man 2. you know.
But no, but I feel like it's this weird thing because I enjoy the web wing so much that I never web swing. You brought it up in your video.
Yeah.
So it's like you're kind of removing the identity of Spider-Man when basically for me when I'm playing the game, I'm just web swinging to get the momentum and the height for me to use web wings.
Yeah, same here.
So like while it is fun, I feel like you could put that web wings in like Just Cause or any other game series and it'd be fun, but it removes the identity of Spider-Man.
I don't disagree with you, but at the same time, the reason why I would balance that out is because it's up to the player, right? You don't have to use the web wings, but I think there needs to be a balance between the web wings and the web swinging, where there needs to be more of an incentive for you to web swing than not web swing. Yeah, web swing instead of web glide. Right now, the incentive is completely web gliding because you have the air tunnels.
Especially once you upgrade web gliding, it's insane.
Yeah, you have the web tunnels. You have the slingshot. Everything, all of the new components are benefiting the web gliding instead of the web swinging. But yeah, I agree, 100%.
But shouldn't they be like criticized more for their lack of innovation in combat? I really where's the innovation? Like, I don't, like, there's some minor improvements, but I don't feel it's the same general, dodge, parry, get your hit combo in, dodge, and then you knock the enemy out. Like, I feel like you should be doing more with the web system. I feel like you should be utilizing Spider-Man's powers more than making it just a general brawler.
Well, I think as
and
far
that's
as...
what upsets me so much.
The thing is, I don't think they were going to go anything crazy, a detour from what they've already set up. So that's why I have to judge it based off of what they set up and how they can improve what they set up, which I think they did improve. I think the contextual animations with the kick, I think they could have gone a whole another route with that. I think that was just something they added in the end. I think when it comes to the enemy types, right, where they have a net that stops you from getting in the air, I think that's pretty solid given the fact that they've set up their whole combat is for you to juggle people in the air. So now you have an enemy type not only shooting webs, but they're shooting like electric nets that shoot you out of the air, or that electrocutes you out of the air. I think the little jaguar thing, a little dog thing that shoots out a pulse would inhibit you from using your tentacles or your symbiote. I think that's pretty innovative in that regard. But being able to dodge, right? While in air, because one of the things that irritated me is you would always get a combo and then somebody would shoot you, or you have like 3 people shooting you. Well, one of the upgrades is that you can just bounce them off the ground and still continue that combo. I think there's little subtle improvements in the combat that really changes it from Spider-Man 1.
So my thing is though, so for me, I wanted major improvements. Would you be happy with this combat system in another 5 years?
Absolutely not. I think they would. Yeah. I would think they would get railed for that. The only reason
what could they even do to improve it without radically changing it? Because I don't feel like you can do minor increments to this type of combat system because it's been done so much. If there was a radical improvement to this type of combat, it would have been done already. So I feel like when I was playing
I think it probably limited them, given the fact that much of the development time was during COVID.
That's fair.
So I think when it comes to 3, everyone knows that they're going to have to go balls to the wall, especially if it's the last one. Which I don't know why it would be the last one, but that's what they're hinting at. So it's going to have to be.
Miles, I feel like.
I don't know how they would set up Miles in the last one unless they're going to have a whole new series of Miles games, but he already has his games.
Well, they killed off all the Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery, which pissed me off off-screen.
I didn't get that either.
They make Peter look like a bitch and have Miles take over, but then it doesn't make sense canonically because the second you beat the game, you can play as Peter. So I'm like, what the fuck? Is he even taking a break? It doesn't make sense.
The thing is, I don't
issues with that.
I don't necessarily have a big issue with them killing off the Rogues Gallery, as long as they go deeper into his Rogues Gallery. Because for example, that was one thing you gotta give. I give Across the Spider-Verse credit to is that they went with the Spot. Now the Spot is always in the comics. He's not. From what I recall, he's not anything like a serious villain, right? He's like he refers to, right? Yeah, like a weakened villain. And the fact that they reinvented the Spot to be some massive crazy villain, I think that's freaking awesome. So if they can go that route with some less known villains of Peter's Rogues Gallery, by all means, because that's what it seems like they're forcing themselves to do is to get, is to innovate and create and get creative with his next villain.
Yeah. Well, and my last main problem with the game is how late they introduced Venom, because Kraven was pretty lame in my opinion. Kraven was like pretty.
You don't even see Kraven until like the last part of the game. I think he was pointless.
Like his crew's lame, but then you bring Venom in, I'm pumped, and then literally like I'm playing. It's like 2.5 hours later and the game's over. I'm like, how can like a competent game like bring in the way more interesting villain in the last 2 hours and then just make him done? I think it's like 4 main story missions you deal with Venom, if that.
Yeah.
Like, I get if you count like Peter when he's like being corrupted by the symbiote suit. I guess you could count that as Venom missions, but I don't.
No, I don't count that because
even
with the corruption, even in the selection of the suits, it says black suit and then it says symbiote suit. So technically, we haven't been playing as a symbiote suit except for one mission.
Yeah, so I feel like they deserve way more criticism than they're getting for how they like handled the story of this game. And I feel like, yeah, it was a solid like blockbuster popcorn thing. I beat it in 2 days, but like it was fine in the moment. But it's one of those things where once I beat it and I think about it, I'm like, oh, that was kind of shitty. I feel like if you gave me a week to come up with a better story, a better campaign, I could have done it.
I think that's the main criticism that, from what I've seen from most of the reviews, is the story. Is that the story was trash. I think that.
So
go for it.
Shouldn't we dock them more for that? Like, I feel like we're like, oh yeah, it's solid, but the story wasn't great, especially at the end. I feel like she'd be like, yeah, they did the same fucking shit. They improved on some stuff, but like the story was garbage. Like, this is like a 7 out of 10. This isn't an 8. This isn't a 9. This isn't a 10. Like,
I don't see how people. Yeah, I wouldn't give it a 10. I wouldn't give it a 9. The only reason I would give it an 8 is overlooking the bugs and not having new
bugs.
game.
I saw that on yours. I got lucky.
And not having new game plus, not having a way to change out the day and night or the weathers.
That's ridiculous.
I think and then having to wait till December. I just don't think that's acceptable. So I wouldn't argue with someone if they're going to take all of that into their judging and give it a 7. I don't have an issue with someone who gives it a 7 based off of the state that it was given to us. I don't have any issue with that.
Yeah, and the main sin, I think you addressed this, but I don't remember perfectly. Don't you feel like they did Peter so fucking dirty in this game? I can't get over it.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like they just treated him so bad. They knock him out for half the fights. They make Miles save his ass several times. Miles is, 17? And he's, like, saving Peter, who's been doing this for 10 years. Like, I get it if, like, I know Miles is the hot thing with the movies and everything. He's in the zeitgeist more. But, like, that doesn't mean you get to, like, disrespect Peter like that. And that's what really rubbed me the wrong way.
I think there's another way of possibly looking at certain things, whereas Peter has gotten lazy in some regard, given the fact that he knows Miles is there to save his ass. Where when it was just him, he couldn't make mistakes. He couldn't be a little sloppy with his behavior. Where now Miles gives him that security blanket or that safety net that allows him to get screwed over or to ignore his spider sense or to just be sloppy, which is what I got from him dealing with Sandman and then with Kraven. But I still disagree with the whole him dying from a knife blade with Kraven because it's like.
That was ridiculous.
That didn't make any sense whatsoever, given the power that they've already established him with. Like, he shook off getting his ass handed to him and stabbed by Scorpion during this, the Sinister Six fight. So I don't see how a blade, is really going to cause him to die that instant. I just don't get that.
Well, I just watched a YouTube video. It's a spoiler cast from the game director. This YouTube channel called Kind of Funny. And
Kind of Funny Games. I'm in the middle of that interview. But go on.
His thing was like, oh, we just want to raise Miles up and show him that he's like on the level as Peter, so we're gonna have him help Peter out. And that was like their intention with that. But it's like they're not on the same level. If you have Peter getting his ass beat the whole time and Miles helping him, that's you like showing that like Miles has surpassed him, which I don't think is fair.
Well,
like,
I don't.
If you want to make him
the reason I don't see that is because Miles wasn't having the same fights that Peter was having. Like, it seemed like Peter was taking the brunt of the hits and the brunt of the.
Miles did better against Venom than Peter did. That's what really pissed me off.
Miles did better against Venom.
I think so, because Peter gets his ass knocked out after you get the first 3 rounds against Venom, and then Miles fights him for 3 rounds, and he's talking to Harry like he knows him. He's met him once for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And then like he basically whoops Venom. Like they all get together. And
but he doesn't whoop Venom. Venom was about to crush him. Now, one thing
I remember it as okay.
One thing I didn't like is because Venom takes the rock and he's about to crush him. He's like, "Yo, you should have stayed out of my way." And Miles is on the ground and he's struggling with it, which then leads to MJ throwing the Sonic thing, and he catches it and puts it in his mouth. Now, as far as him being able to handle the full strength of Venom trying to crush him, that's a bit much. But at the same time, him in the canon, he is stronger than Peter. But I don't know. You can go either way with that one.
What's also ridiculous, by the way, real quick, because I know other people are trying to call in, how Mary Jane, like, they basically made him, like, they call it the Spider Team or whatever. It's pretty ridiculous how much they get Mary Jane involved, where she can escape from Peter when he's chasing her down in, like, the highway, like the underground tunnel, and she can, like, shock him and shit. I feel like they're trying too much to make it a team effort, which removes from the specialness of Spider-Man. Like, how are you going to have Mary Jane, some random chick, be able to escape Spider-Man with the Venom suit with a taser gun?
No, 100%. That didn't make
really
any sense
the
at all.
way.
The only thing I was trying to rationalize with that is if Peter was awake or something, or semi-awake, and he was, like, fighting with the symbiote internally. But given that he was completely asleep and his body was going on a joyride, I don't see how if the symbiote wanted to kill her, it couldn't kill her. Yeah. The only thing I could see is like maybe, the symbiote not killing her due to, maybe Peter, rejecting the symbiote. It's like, hey, you killed Mary Jane or something.
Maybe, but there's a couple of times he just straight up grabbed her and she shocked him to stop him from getting her. But it was a fun enough sequence, but story-wise, it's just stupid.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. So yeah, that was my disagreement, man. Yeah, good talking to you.
All right, later, bro. Yeah, I 100% agree with that. That was completely dumb. But this is the style I'm thinking of going with for my combat arena. I want to get people who have ideas that they want for combat, because I'm only one person. I can have only so many ideas, and I want to get this show on the road. But I'm thinking of more of a darker, more funnier, comical Spider-Man. 205, you're on the line. What's the disagreement, and tell me why?
Is this Lucas?
Yes, it is. What's the disagreement, and tell me why?
All right. I'm back again. I'm from the SOBAN, or whatever you call black guy that's conservative disagreement show a few months ago. We talked about Carly Russell.
Yes.
You remember the case? She faked a kidnapping, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
She failed a drug test.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the judgment that the judge laid down on her? I'm sorry for the...
From what I remember, I believe it was just a year, if I'm not mistaken.
Plus $17,000 in fines. They called it restitution because they felt like the police department that were working during the woman hunt, man hunt, whatever you want to call it, lost that much money because they had to leave the donut shop and stop drinking coffee to find this young lady.
Do you agree with this, or do you disagree with this?
Hell no, I don't agree with it. I believe this young lady, did something that was definitely immoral, but not unjust, according to the justice system. I mean, it's not criminal. Do you remember the call?
Yeah, I very much remember. I very much remember the call. But you don't think she should be punished at all?
No, absolutely not. No, maybe a scolding from her father. And this was the conversation that we had before. Is the legal system is trying to adjudicate some type of skirmish between her and her parents because they feel like they spent some money looking for a young lady that actually, you know, made a phone call to 911. She did make a phone call to 911 about a fake child on the side of the road, and then some like rednecks and overalls and blah blah blah. But what I don't understand the legal right, and I've had several arguments with coworkers. I'm actually walking into work right now, but that they feel like their tax dollars were wasted looking for this girl because she was at the Red Roof Inn getting a dick down, you know, from a guy that wasn't her boyfriend. So we had a conversation before, and you said you felt like she should be punished through the judicial system. I was just wondering if you still felt like that, or if you agreed with me and thought, you know, this is not a case of wasted resources, because they were looking for a young lady that not only were her parents concerned, but also, like, this became national news. This is another development after the Carly Russell case. Are you familiar with the new alert in your state?
In Cali? No, I'm not aware. Oh, yeah. They added another one? Yes. But did that actually go through? I thought that was a bill or a proposition or something.
Oh, no. It is law now.
It's law now. Okay.
What's it called?
I don't know what it's called.
It's called probably Ebony Alert.
Ebony Alert, yeah.
Because anyone from, I think it's 12 to 24, they said get less television or media attention than anyone that's not got enough pigment in their skin, I guess. So they needed to do this extra, you know, they got the Amber Alert, that's 12 to 18, and then you've got the Silver Alert, and that's like 65 and above. California, never short on virtue signaling, said they were going to do a Ebony Alert, and this is 12 to 24, because the media doesn't give enough attention to, I wouldn't say minorities, because there's a lot of different minorities that may need more attention than, like, there was this girl in Alabama that got a whole bunch of attention. She went to Aruba and got killed, and anyway, but that type of situation.
Gotcha.
So where you at on the Carly Russell? 1 year in prison, $17,000 in restitution.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that.
You're good with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So how many people do you think should be afraid to call into 911 because they might get $17,000 in restitution on the other end if what they call in about is not real?
I think people who are lying about an emergency, yeah, I think they should be afraid to be called in.
Okay, what about people that are calling in about things that they feel are real emotionally?
That's fine. That happens all the time, though.
Who determines that? Who determines what's truth and what's real? You know, we just had this.
Well, there's a difference between someone being mistaken and someone lying, right? Legally speaking, one requires an intent to deceive.
But who determines that? See, this is the thing with.
Well, the law determines it.
Okay, all right. Now we're getting somewhere. So who is the law, and when did we elect them to be the arbiters of truth? So this goes back to all this censorship through the DOJ, the CIA, the FBI, paying Twitter to arbitrate truth through social media, and then them setting up this disinformation board in the DOJ, which got fucking dissolved almost immediately because the lady that was running it, the head of it, she had a doctorate in sociology, and she was found to be on the side of Russia stole the 2016 election. So the folks that are arbitrating truth, where does the line begin and where does it end, or how wide is the gap of gray area? That's where I fall. Is this young lady? She didn't call in to 911 and say, I'm being abducted. She called in to 911 and said, there's a child on the road. You guys need to come out here and pick it up. She didn't say, spend a week looking for me in the woods, in the forest preserve, or on the street.
Well, I think that's the beauty of the system, is that she didn't have to. Is that upon us going to the scene of the crime or the alleged crime, there was things that seemed out of place that gave signs of an abduction.
Yeah, she staged the scene for sure.
Yeah, so she set that up to lead people to deceive them into believing something that wasn't the case.
She deceived police and investigators into doing their job. And we, as a society, are charging her for that and demanding her pay back their wages, which we were going to pay regardless. It wasn't like these police officers, like, we may pay them this week, we may not.
Well, I think she would have been fine had she not have said. I think she would have been fine had she not have made a false story. The moment she claimed, she claimed that she was what happened? That she was kidnapped or something like that.
No, absolutely not. She never said she was kidnapped. She never alleged that she was kidnapped. She never supposed that she was kidnapped. Nothing of the sort. She said there was a small child on the side of the road. Come and get it.
Gotcha.
And then her parents actually filed the kidnapping charge because of the scene that she had staged. All right, let me.
Well, then she set that up for her parents for them to
right.
make that. Yeah, so she's still culpable.
Fooled her parents, which I don't know if you were ever a kid, but I know that I've set up several scenarios when I was a kid that fooled my parents. I didn't get charged with a crime for it, though.
Yeah, you were a child. This is a grown adult.
Still, they're her parents' child, though, right?
Yeah, she's not my child, though.
Right. And what's up, G? I'm not saying that you need to pay for her indiscretions either. I'm just saying that she set up a scenario, a scene on the side of the road that would fool her parents. Mercedes, wig, all this other stuff. Cell phone on the ground.
Do you think this was like an inside joke that got carried away?
No, hell no. No, she was a nursing student. She dropped out, or she was kicked out of school for failing a drug test, and that's why she was so embarrassed. And this is a very moral centric part of the country, which may not be, identifiable with most of your audience, but Alabama, if you do something so egregious as cheat on your boyfriend, or fail a drug test, it could feel like the end of your life.
Wow.
So that's where she's at. There's a standard here where, people go to work sick, and it's just a very guilt heavy society here.
Gotcha.
So I believe that's why she did it. I believe that she was at a pinnacle in her life. She had a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, blah blah blah, and she chose what she felt like was the most appropriate path for her.
Okay.
Which is fucking insane. I mean, there's a lot of mental instability in the world, and she got magnified to a national degree. But I don't believe that it's criminal, because as we talked about before,
I mean, making a false police call is criminal, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, that is a criminal charge that she could be charged with, which is a misdemeanor. Making a false report. I'm fully on board with that. The kid on the side of the street, she made a 911 call that was incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
This is not what they charged her with.
What did they actually charge her with?
Obstruction of justice, which got her a year in prison, which she's got a great lawyer, a former county judge, Emory Anthony, great judge, has become a defense attorney in his retirement. Fantastic man. Emory Anthony was defending her in her first case. I hope he does in her appeal, which is coming up. But the $17,000, the 1 year in prison, it should be a misdemeanor, slap on the wrist, and go back to your life where she's going to be ashamed for the rest of her life. I mean, I don't see how she doesn't have to move from this area. Like back in the day when you just get shunned out of fucking town. This is her life now. But I don't see the 1 year in prison where, you ever seen the movie Blow? You don't go in to prison and then come out the same way. You go into prison and come out more criminally minded, more adverse to the,
I don't disagree.
Social structure. It's completely demoralizing, and then also enraging. This girl, if she actually spends a year in Tutwiler, which is our only female prison here in the state of Alabama, she's not going to come out part of Russell. She's going to come out a whole different person.
Yeah,
and then spend I don't know how long on parole, which that's a whole fucking racket in itself. They've got so many ways to put you back in prison after you get on parole. Spend 12 months in prison and then
no, I don't disagree. Once you get in the system, you're in the system.
Yeah. And this girl's going to end up in the system because she was ashamed to go home and tell her parents the truth. She called 911, told them one lie, and then the whole media apparatus, churches, nonprofits, her family, told the police a dozen other lies that now she's being held accountable for.
Well, I think she should have been. Because she was the initiator of all
sorry.
this.
I want to apologize again to all the Spider-Man fans. I've watched other videos that you do. I know they want to talk about Spider-Man and Venom and all the, I don't know, all the different types of Spider-Man or Dr. Odd and whatever, but I just want to know what you were thinking after this. You sound like you're pre-phone call before. You know, this is the stance you took before, is she should be prosecuted.
Yeah.
She should be held accountable. By the end of our last phone call, you were on board with, yeah, cops shouldn't be sitting at the donut shop drinking coffee for 12 hours a day. They should be out working. And if they have to go out and work on a phone call or a radio call that's inaccurate or a lie, yeah, we're paying them to work anyway. So what happened?
I think the issue is because we only
like,
have a limited amount of people, we have a limited amount of time. So the time, the little resource that we do have, we want to spend on actual calls that we know there are victims there.
You think we have a limited amount of resources when we got 1 million police officers on the street and we got 320 million people in this country? So
Yeah.
we've got one police officer, and that's local, state, county. We're not even talking about federal, which is another 50 to 75,000.
Yeah, but not all of those
law
million
enforcement.
officers are out on the field doing, neighborhood watch and whatnot.
Well, not every citizen's out on the street at all hours of the day.
I agree,
So
but we're not
talking
focused
about
on every
one-
citizen.
One local, state, county law enforcement officer to every 300 people. Yeah, we could do some inaccurate. I mean, I work at a facility where I get calls. I'm an electrician, so they call me out on. This piece of equipment is not working correctly. I get there, all the buttons do everything that they're supposed to fucking do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to charge the employee extra or fine them for being a retard. There's retards rampant out here on the fucking street.
Yeah,
Yeah, we don't charge them.
I think we should though.
Jeez. Oh, come on now. You're just being fucking
Wait,
cheeky
you don't
now.
wait. Hold up.
You're
You don't
being
think we should?
fucking cheeky.
Hold on. You don't think we
Alright,
should
how
charge
about this?
people who act like retards who aren't actually retarded?
How many retards do you think Spider-Man would save or should save? Like, what's the ratio?
Well, I mean,
like half of them, a quarter of them.
well, all of them
Like,
because
they're
he's. I
standing
mean,
in the street, the bridge is breaking in fucking half. How many of the retards does he save?
well, he only saves as many as he can manage. So definitely there are some
That's
people
what I'm
who
saying.
there are people who do fall victim though to their own stupidity.
Yes. And if she was abducted and she didn't make the, whatever, that's fine. We're not going to charge the police because they failed to save her,
Mm-hmm.
but we're going to charge her because they tried to save her. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
There's only one side.
it's not that they
of
tried to
this
save her.
that-
It's just that they went on a wild goose chase.
They did try to save her. I mean, that was their effort, right? It's not
Mhm.
like they were out there like fucking kicking tumbleweeds around like, I'm out here on a call for no reason. No, they were out there trying to save her. Well, if she was abducted and she ended up being murdered at that point, then there's no recourse for the family. There's no accountability on their side. Why is there accountability on the citizen side only, is what I'm trying to get at. Like, I know we've entered into a whole new realm since George Floyd, and there has been more accountability on the law enforcement side, but nowhere near what it needs to be. Like, they got a job to do.
I agree.
They've got a job to do, and if they don't do it, 99 out of 100 times, everybody's like, well, that guy was just on drugs, and you know, he just died. I don't know what happened. There was a case here in Jefferson County, one county west of here, where a guy died in the county's custody. He literally froze to death in one of their cells because he was a deranged drug addict. The police got called out to his trailer. Give you a little context. Anyway, his father had died a few months before. He had gotten on methamphetamine, got fucking completely deranged, and then when the police got called out to his residence, he pulled a gun and shot at the county deputy. Well, they took his ass to jail, and his DTs were so bad that his mind was gone. So they threw him in a completely empty cell, no toilet, no sink, no nothing, no bed, and he was shitting on himself, and it was a disgusting scene. So they were hosing him down. This was in the middle of the winter last year. Well, no one would even known except one of the jailers, one of the county jailers. She was a female. She released a video of them doing this to them, like hosing the shit off of him. But she was demonized, run out of town anyway, and the court case just basically dissolved because they didn't know who, or they acted like they didn't know who to hold accountable. Well, I don't give a fuck who you hold accountable. Somebody needs to go to prison for killing this man that's mentally disabled because you killed him. There was a photo that went viral in the carport of the county jail where the guy's like completely frozen solid, and the two deputies are hauling him off. Like, one's got his feet, one's got his arms. He's frozen solid, and they take him over to the Jasper Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody gets held accountable, but we want to hold this little girl accountable. Now, I say little girl, and I understand.
That's because the police have protection under the law. With you know, and then you have to take into account the prosecutors and, you know, the judges.
I don't think there's any fucking law that says you can freeze a man to death and then cart his body off to the hospital and say he died at the hospital. I understand they've got some protection where if they feel like they're endangered, imminent danger. Fuck, I forget what that's called, but you know what I'm talking about. Same thing that they talked about with Philando Castile, and that was a bullshit case where they thought, oh, I smell weed, and now I get to shoot a man because he's got a pistol in his car. Well, he had a permit to have that fucking pistol, and that was his constitutional right.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah. You familiar with that case, Philando Castile?
Yes.
It's total bullshit. I can't believe that the NRA didn't come out during that case, and I'm sure his complexion had a lot to do with it, and not being a member. But fuck the NRA.
Yeah, I agree. I don't disagree with you. I think we agree on most things.
But you still believe that she should be held accountable, a year in prison, $17,000 in restitution?
I just think it's too heavy of a toll. It's too heavy of a toll that you know.
What would you be satisfied with then?
I mean, I don't know if I'd be. I'm not really satisfied with the year. I think more than that.
You're fucking kidding.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. if we're gonna have this whole Ebony freaking alert because of the limited I don't know, engagement we have as far as when little black people, little black girls or whatnot go missing, then we have to take that into account with her faking an abduction.
Holy shit. So our laws should be based on social attention or awareness, or, you know. So this is my problem.
Okay.
How much, this is what I've posed to you before, how much downtime should police, county, state law enforcement have during every shift? Like, that would not warrant some type of charge against the public.
I don't know.
Okay, I would say if they had to work their entire shift, that does not warrant a criminal charge against the public. What do we call these people? Are these public servants, or?
Well, the thing is, they're working under the assumption that that there is a victim at the end of the day, that there is actually a crime or someone missing that they are trying to find.
But is that not their entire fucking shift?
I agree, but the problem comes into play when people purposely deceive them into believing something else, which at the end of the day hurts. It hurts everyone else who's actually lost and is looking to be found.
This is where we got last time.
I think it boils down to the opportunity cost.
If there was a scenario where the prosecution could prove that victims were gone unattended during the manhunt, then I would be on board with, yes, prosecute her because this woman got raped, or prosecute her because this man got murdered, or prosecute her because this store got robbed. That's fine. They didn't make any of those cases. Zero evidence was shown where crimes were committed, where police were not attentive to those crimes because they were out attending to the search for a woman getting dicked down at the Red Roof Inn. Zero evidence was shown. That's a terrible case.
Wait, zero evidence of what?
Of crimes being committed that were unattended to. And that was
well, it's not about crimes being committed. Right? It's about the same thing. A search party.
Okay, no. Search party's out.
It's tantamount to what Jussie Smollett did.
Unattended to is the offense that she's being charged with. She's being charged with police neglecting their responsibility, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the police are out looking for her, and they should have been attending to other crimes that were being committed or investigated or, attended to is what it is. So police attending crime scenes, collecting evidence, blah, blah, blah. Any evidence to that would be welcome. They offered none of that.
Did they have to?
The effort. No, they didn't. And that's the saddest part of a judicial system. That they didn't have to offer evidence. They only made, theoretical situations that the jury just fucking lapped up like dogs because of the same media fervor that a lot of people across the country heard. There was another case recently that got a lot of attention here in Birmingham where where a band director got hauled off in cuffs because he wouldn't stop his band from performing at a high school football game. You familiar with this?
No.
You didn't see that? All right. So I think he's like 36, 38 years old guy. He was out at a football game of visiting football teams. Their band and their director was playing long after that the home team had left the field. The home band and director had left the stands. The biggest thing that was left out was that they had planned to play music back and forth after the game. Well, the visiting team beat the home team's ass so bad that everybody fucking left. They call it the fifth quarter. So, like, band culture here in Alabama is huge. I don't know if you're familiar with, like, HBCU's band culture.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's huge here in Alabama. I mean, we got fucking bands. And they're playing songs that are, you know, number one on the Billboard today. They're not playing, you know, Taps or whatever, the Entertainer. They're playing the number one songs on the 100 Billboard, top of the charts today. And they're getting it. Well, the other team got so butthurt that they left and they told them, get off the field. None of this was reported. It was only reported that the band director refused to stop playing the songs, and then he got hauled off after saying a few colorful things to the police officers, which you do you, buddy. But as a high school employee, you know, a state of Alabama or a county employee, you probably shouldn't be doing that, especially when you know you got a body cam looking at you. But he gets hauled off in cuffs. My state representative is defending him, Wanda LaGivens. But even her, in her statement to the press, she doesn't mention that this is a regular thing around here. They call it the fifth quarter. And bands from the home team and the away team, the visiting team, they play songs back and forth toward one another, and the marching band comes back out as well. It's context. If these cops were held up from solving a murder, rape, robbery, that's evidence. They ain't got none of that. They got none of that because they don't solve those crimes anyway. 23% of murders are even investigated here in Alabama. We've got so many murders here in Birmingham that it seems like every year we break the record. And none of them get solved. The police officers walk on scene. They say, "Did you see anything?" Nobody saw anything. Hell, there was a shooting at a bar a month ago that ended up in a shooting in the fucking hospital. When the victims got there, they came to finish the job. Nobody's been arrested. I think 5 people lost their life that night. Nobody's been arrested. These cops aren't doing their job day to day. Why is she paying for them to do their job when they're doing it in a frivolous way or a errant way or even a deceptive way? That's the thing with me. Is these cops don't do their job. Why are we making her repay the state for them trying to do their job? It's the same result. We got the same fucking result from them looking for a woman that's not lost than them looking for a murderer that's not found. And I'm sure it's the same way in LA. what you got? What's that guy's name? That's your district attorney, Gascon. Is that his name?
Mm-hmm.
And what? That's the same guy that brought the child molester back and tried to put him into what is it? The juvenile female jail, not prison, but the female jail for juvenile offenders. You familiar with that case?
No, not 100%. No.
All right, so this guy goes down to, he's a resident of California. He goes down to New Mexico and in some like Denny's or something molests some 12-year-old girl in the fucking bathroom. He's 17 years old at the time. He ends up getting picked up in LA County at 21. As soon as he gets arrested, he says, "I'm trans," and then Gascon says, "Well, now he's trans. He's going to the female facility. Oh, and he was a juvenile at the time he committed the murder or the molestation. So we're going to send him to the juvenile facility." And this fucking 21-year-old man that molested a juvenile girl ends up going over to the juvenile facility. I mean, these folks are not for justice. We're paying them like we're expecting them to be just and, reasonable. I mean, fucking reasonable would be a huge upgrade, but these folks ain't reasonable. We had a case here a couple of years ago. It was a small town near here, Brookside. The mayor got prosecuted, the chief of police got prosecuted, and a judge got prosecuted because they installed a stop sign in the middle of nowhere, and a police officer just sat there waiting for people to roll through it. And I think their budget increased by 600% year over year the first year, and then by like 50% every year after that for 3 years because of these innocuous fines that they would charge people rolling through town. I mean, it's like you see on old movies, Speed Trap. Brookside, Alabama. I'm sorry, I can't watch the video, so I don't know if you're typing stuff in. But anyway, it sounds like you're going to stand hard and fast on authoritarianism. It was nice to talk to you again, Lucas.
You as well, my guy.
I hope your listeners aren't too mad at me for not saying Spider-Man 45 times a minute during this call.
No, you're fine. You're good.
All right, God bless you, bro.
You as well, man. Take care. I hear what he's saying. I hear. I'm all about, hey, if there's no victim, there's no crime. I absolutely agree with him. I just think falsifying an abduction, that deserves some punishment, bro. Some way, somehow. We got to figure that one out. 817, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
So, you remember that that video that you did about that chick that got her scholarship taken away for twerking?
Yes.
I think she definitely deserved to have her scholarship taken away for twerking. And I think...
Bro, are you trolling?
No, I'm not, honestly. I think if you want to act like a hoe, you get treated like a hoe, right?
How is she acting like a hoe?
Because that's hoe activity, bro. She got a whole...
She wasn't twerking, though.
But she did twerk.
She didn't twerk.
Okay, what did she do? Because that was the headline. Okay, I didn't see...
I know it was the headline. That's the whole point. We come to find out that she didn't twerk, first off. Secondly, it was a private party.
regardless. Whatever you do out that.
Wait, what do you mean regardless? What does a scholarship have to do with what you do at a private party?
I'm not.
So you're for Big Brother then?
No, I'm not saying she doesn't deserve to go to college, right? If she pays for it, right?
We're talking about a scholarship. The scholarship is not based off as far as what you do outside. It's based off as far as your grades, your academics.
Look, Lucas, a scholarship is a gift, right? That is a gift. That gift can be taken away if you're not representing whoever gave you that gift correctly.
It's a public school. You're trolling, bro. It's a public school. What are you talking about? It's not even a private school. Stop trolling, bro. Stop trolling, bro.
All right, I'm sorry, Lucas.
Get the fuck off the line, bro. He about to have me fucking bust a blood vessel. Bro, that was some... Man, oh my God. I could feel like my temperature rise. I could feel the symbiote coming out. I was like, wait, what? I was like, what? She wasn't even doing... She was doing this. This is what she was doing. She wasn't even twerking, first off. Secondly, it's a private party. Lastly, it's a public school. What the hell is a public school going to take away a scholarship because of a girl dancing at a private party? Bro, see, this is why this new generation, y'all be posting a whole bunch of stuff. I don't even hang out with people who have cameras now. If you one of those that are constantly just I can't hang out with you, bro. I can't hang out with you. These people are crazy nowadays. They're crazy. They're crazy. Absolutely cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And especially these companies. It's too much. You can't risk it for the biscuit, bro. You can't do it. 669, you're on the line. What's a disagreement and tell me why?
Hey, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, I can hear.
Hey, what's going on, Lucas? So about the game, Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things I remember you mentioned, I just watched that 55-minute video you posted about the nitpicks and all that. Remind me again, how did you feel about the Miles and Peter in terms of their power levels? I forget kind of what you said about comparing them, kind of which one kind of felt better, kind of which one kind of felt shafted or something like that. Could you reiterate how you felt about their power levels comparison between playing the two?
The power levels, I don't know. I didn't really consider as far as Miles' power levels. I felt that Peter was nerfed to a certain extent.
Really?
Yeah, I think getting stabbed by Kraven and you dying from that, I think that's a pretty crazy nerf considering that you got your ass beat in the first game and got stabbed by Scorpion and was up in a few hours with broken bones talking about I have to protect the city.
Okay, yes. In terms of story-wise, yes. I was more so leaning towards gameplay-wise, in terms of you're playing each character, how each of their...
Oh, and gameplay-wise?
Gameplay-wise, which one kind of,
I would think that I think that Miles just has better powers. When fighting the symbiotes, he has a lot of AoE attacks, where Peter doesn't have that. And I think I found that just to be beneficial because he has the one where he gets it later in the game, where it's like a super freaking Hadouken, right? But as upon you hitting the person, it electrocutes other people while you're in the air. Excuse me, while you're in the air. Then he has the one where he can, jump up and go with the big old circle. He has the chain lightning, which attacks multiple people. He has the teleport electric one that hits multiple people. I just think he's way better in the game when dealing with multiple multiple enemies.
The reason why I didn't feel like that is because, especially since he had his own game, I think that, my impression of playing through, I think that I kind of felt Miles got kind of shafted in this game because if you played Miles Morales, it's without the exception of the jump and the chain lightning, I felt like this game for a lot of people, Insomniac felt like a lot for this game. They kind of knew that a lot of people didn't play Miles Morales, and so playing this one, it felt like, well, damn, he already could do all this already. So now it just feels like they're kind of like they're introducing Miles kind of to everybody who didn't play Miles Morales, because let's be honest, most people didn't play that game, because the people I'd already saw the crowd talking about DLC and this is never for this one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know anyone who got Spider-Man 2 who didn't play Miles Morales. I think that was one of the sellers of the PS5 was Miles Morales. And it's a Spider-Man game. So I don't know if that's consistent, but regardless, I don't think he was nerfed in this game. If anything, I would say he was more powerful than Peter, but that balances out with Peter's symbiote abilities.
That's what I'm getting at. I think that, I don't know, for some reason, I think overall Peter kind of, especially now that we have to talk about they have the same gadgets now. We were talking about the first game. I think that Peter's gadgets were absolutely kind of insane in the first game. You know, you throw a web bomb, get all the enemies webbed, and then concussion blast them to the wall. That was a little broken. I can admit that was insane. In this game, it's like now they both have the same gadgets. I felt like with the symbiote abilities, I think he kind of edged him a little bit. That move where the one where you lift everyone around you and just insta-kill them combined with the one where
here's the thing. The thing is you don't insta-kill them, though. That's the problem I have.
Really?
Yeah.
They don't instantly, when you...
Bruh, I've done it, and they've gotten up and been ready to fight. If it was an insta-kill, then it'd be like, okay, that's pretty insane. But it's not an insta-kill. Maybe on lower difficulties, but like spectacular and sure as hell not an ultimate. Is it an insta-kill?
Interesting.
Now, I should play it again because I don't think I really tapped into the full potential of the combat, because I never once used the slam move where you web them and you hold L2 and R2 and he slams them on the ground.
So he grabs like 6 people?
No. There's one you can do just regular Spider-Man where you can web them, and if you hold L2 and R2, he'll web them up and then slam them down to the ground.
There you go.
Yeah, and I never used that one, and I never used the yank pull right or left.
Oh, yeah, I don't think anybody used that. That move was kind of garbage. And then I remember in the video you mentioned also you felt Black Cat was useless and kind
absolutely
of a tech
pointless.
Demo. Yeah, you know, it did kind of remind me when I saw that part. I was like, this is Rift Apart. I remember the part where he's going through all the portals and all the worlds are changing. I was like, come on, Insomniac. Like we're you know, you're kind of showing off a little bit now. Why am I in Antarctica with the ice? I don't know. I don't think we needed that. But at the same time, I think that the whole Black Cat scenario, didn't it kind of introduce tease a character that may or may not be in this universe?
What, Wong?
The cutscene? Yes. That
wasn't Wong. Wasn't he introduced a while ago? Wasn't there a reference?
No.
I could be wrong.
No, that was the first time that they entered that. He said, oh, we need this back, or signed Wong. That was the point of that moment, because that was like oh shit.
Doesn't he have something to say? Doesn't Peter in the first game, when it comes to the temple, doesn't he mention something about the Doctor Strange or something like that?
Which temple? The Sincaria, whatever?
Yeah. I could be wrong.
No, I don't think they ever mentioned that. And if they did, I think that this was like a, kind of like a, okay, we're gonna give you a little nugget here.
Yeah, that did. I don't know.
Doctor Strange he's here. Like, they're now, maybe in the next game, maybe they'll drop a little more. Maybe he'll actually show up, or so. They're kind of.
But from my understanding, the next game was the final game. Based off of how they're playing it, the final chapter and everything.
Well, maybe, but then they're also working on the Wolverine. I think they might. I don't know. They're talking like Wolverine and Spider-Man. They might be in the same game.
They do a crossover. I mean, that would be awesome.
They can do whatever they want.
I mean, a crossover is great. The story was shit, absolutely, 100%. I never thought how bad a story could negatively impact gameplay. I really underestimated how a crap story can really bog down gameplay. I think I don't know. I learned something new every day, because that was crazy.
You weren't feeling it. You weren't feeling the touchy.
I
moments
wasn't
with
feeling,
Harry?
bro. No.
Really?
There was
Man,
no
you
reason to
didn't
have.
your boys
There was no
back in
reason
the
to have
day?
Black Cat. There was no reason. They could have left her as a DLC. The whole chase sequence was pointless. It was cool how they were doing takedowns and stuff like that, but it was like, y'all could have saved that as a DLC. I loved how they were doing takedowns, right? You know, whether it's Wraith, whether it's Agent Venom, whether it was Miles and Peter, I think that was great. But Black Cat was just, we didn't need that. Like her whole girlfriend in Paris, like what? I don't care.
I thought that. Yeah, that
I don't care, bro. Like I don't care at all. And then that scroll thing didn't do anything. It did nothing to move along the plot.
The staff was, all it did was just throwing in a nugget for like a Dr.
Yeah, they could have done that through, I don't know, finding a secret thing, you know, a secret collectible or something like that. We didn't need a whole mission just so they can show the power of the PS5, of it switching, and, you know, environments and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, bro, I don't need that.
No, you weren't feeling I saw you weren't feeling the Peter and Harry. You weren't feeling that?
Bro,
you
I wanted
that a little bit as the
come
bros?
on now,
like,
stop it, bro. Stop it. A bicycle.
What do you mean?
We riding a bicycle, bro.
Okay, yeah,
what are we talking
the
about?
Execution was,
absolutely not. The only game that I played that does that well was Uncharted 4. And the reason why I did that well in Uncharted 4 is because it was such a giant gap, right? Because you had them as adults and it went all the way back to like their childhood. I was like, okay, there's something there. Where it's like, even with the dialogue and the mechanics, that was like, okay, I like that. Where this was just like, what? How long ago was this? Like maybe a few years ago or something? I don't know. How old is Peter? 20 something? Yeah. So I'm like, why are we doing why are we doing this short jump back to trash gameplay of him sneaking around the high school, which it was all poorly done. I don't like it. It didn't add anything to me. What was I supposed to feel about Harry in that scenario other than what? Because Harry's not with us. Yeah, it would be different if Harry was with us and we were telling Harry, like, you know how they do the dual takedowns? It'd be different if we were directing Harry. Because they did this in the DLC, I remember, where you could direct Black Cat to do takedowns and stuff like that.
Yeah, but how would you... but she knows you're Spider-Man. How would you do that with Harry, though? If he's, like, on the ceiling and he doesn't know at that point, it's like...
you would eliminate the whole Spider-Man thing, and you'd be like, hey, Harry, make a distraction. And then, you know, certain segments, you know, when you're pushing the cart into the football, you know, what's his name, Flash, to distract the guard?
Yeah.
You could have certain segments. It doesn't have to be the whole entire segments, but certain segments with you and Harry work together. Like something, because it all just felt like it was just me. And the dialogue, well, Harry wasn't there, so it was just me, saying, oh man, I gotta work out the, you know, my fluids. I gotta do this. And it was just like, okay, I thought this was supposed to be about Harry. And the moment we're with Harry, Harry's like, yeah, you know, Flash Thompson, he's not gonna get caught. I don't know. It didn't do anything for me. And sure as hell not that bike ride. That bike ride was like, bro, what is going on here?
Yeah, that was a little... And then the whole bomb thing where, like, you gotta... I was like, come on now. This bomb thing where you gotta, like, hold... Yeah, I was like, yeah.
And then going to the Emily May Foundation and doing all the activities there, and I didn't want to do that. Yeah, I think they established a better connection between the player and Harry by having Agent Venom, right? Because I get to be Spider-Man. I've been Spider-Man for quite some time now, right? I've been Spider-Man during Spider-Man 1. I played Spider-Man, you know, Spider-Man Miles Morales. Like, I know Spider-Man. We know Insomniac Spider-Man. So how about you make us familiar, you know, with this character through something that we know, that we're comfortable with. So that's why I like the Agent Venom so much, because it was like Harry was learning as you were going. So it was kind of like your own Miles again. Right? And they even say this in the game where it's like, hey, they grow up so fast. I was like, I love that. I was like, okay, cool. Where it's like, okay, you know, you go left, I go right. That was awesome. As opposed to freaking, I didn't get anything out of that beginning scene of bike riding and going to the school. I don't even remember. What did he even give him in the school? Do you even remember?
What did he give? What did they go in? They went in there for something. They because he lost. What did he go in there for?
Harry gives him a gift.
It was inside the school, I think. That's why.
Yeah, it was inside the locker. I don't even remember what the gift was.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember either.
Bro, I don't think anybody remembers. Because it was just pointless. People were just like, yo, we gotta go. It was the ID. Okay, ID for his job. Okay, yeah, we could have gone a different way with that.
Yeah. Well, how do you sort of get like these background on these characters and build these kind of relationships without the busy work of the writing the bites, the flashbacks, all that? How do you sort of get that? Like, how are you supposed to feel for Harry? How are they supposed to, like, for the next game when they introduce like
writing?
The correct
I
way
think
to
they
do it?
did that exceptionally well with Uncharted 4. Because I didn't know anything about his brother. I think this is the first time. Was it the first time of them introducing Drake's brother? I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I think that was just better done. Because when we find out like he betrayed us and he was just lying this entire time, like I felt betrayed. I wanted to beat his ass. Like, are you serious, bro? So I think they did that in a better manner. Of once again, it having such a stark contrast with where they were in the present, and the dialogue. Dialogue is ultimately what's going to change that. Dialogue here was trash, bro. I didn't feel anything between Harry and Peter. And then they have the what was it called? The little event, the carnival, bro. You
were feeling the carnival,
bro. I wanted to put a gun in my mouth. What are we talking about? Doing the little.
Right. Tell me, you didn't play any carnival games.
I did all of them because I thought I was gonna get like a special reward or something. But no.
I did too. I thought I was gonna get an achievement. Yeah.
Yeah. After I thought I'd get a reward or anything, I was like,
not even
bro,
a suit.
Are you serious? I didn't get anything. No, absolutely not. That's not a way to build up a character. That's just not at all.
There's no way to do. There's other games, single player games, who have done these sort of lighthearted like moments, and it actually works. Like, is there any way to do the carnival part and it works? Or
no,
is it just
there's not. I don't know any game that's done something like that. In a fast-paced action game where you have a sequence like that?
Or just serious sort of stories, and then they take it some tension away. They have like these lighthearted kind of. It's like, okay, like I've been beating a bad guy for the past like hour and a half. Okay, now it's like how does the game do like, okay, let's just take a chill moment, but it's like it's give some characters some background. How do you do that?
There
right?
are ways to do a chill moment. I'm
like
trying to think
just,
how does Nathan do it? In Uncharted. They do it through like driving segments, right?
Like
where you're driving to something. Okay, fine. Then have them web swinging together. How awesome would that have been? You're web swinging with Harry, and you're talking about backstory. Like, yo, how's it been, man? You're finally getting the hang of the web swing. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's a little different because the suit is automating it for me. So, I'm all right. Right? How come we haven't had a segment like that where we're both web swinging and you're giving us dialogue? Because now it's engaging the player in something he's familiar with and he wants to do and is going to do anyway while you're giving me exposition. Like, what? It's mind-blowing. I don't understand that.
So you're saying in a Spider-Man, in this game, there should be no, or just less. You want less, like,
I want
action,
none.
like less
I don't want any of that because they're not doing it well, right? They're just not doing it well. He constantly, Brian Inhart talks about, Uncharted 4 and stuff like that. But I'm like, how about you take a page out of their book? They do that really well, where it doesn't feel like, necessarily a walkie-talkie because the characters are well developed. Like, I want to hear what Drake is saying. It's always something funny. There's stakes always there. His supporting backup characters are all good. I don't think none of the characters were good. I don't think the writing here was good at all. I think some of the best writing was between Spider-Man and maybe like, the thugs and stuff like that, where it's like, hey, I have something I didn't know there was bears in these part of the woods. I laughed when he was like, I have something to tell you. I'm fresh out of hunting. That was funny. That's awesome. Like, we don't have.
They get right.
Yeah, we didn't have that dialogue with Harry. We didn't have that with Mary Jane. We didn't have that with Miles. So I mean, I don't know. It just is what it is. I just think the writing was trash.
So all of the Peter, I guess it's hard in this game because rather as opposed to like Uncharted, because in Spider-Man it's like he's like basically two characters in one. You have Peter, and then there's Spider-Man. They're both important. You know, it's like the struggle between being Peter and being Spider-Man. So are you saying that all the Peter, like if there was like Peter section, that should all just be like cutscenes, and like gameplay should be Spider-Man, but like leave the Peter stuff for cutscenes because if they're not going to do it right. But you're saying there is a way to do
but
Peter,
they can do it right.
Right.
When he's talking on the phone with people, right? While we're web swinging and looking for crime, that's a way to do it.
No Peter on the ground walking stuff.
There's no reason to have
like
Peter on the ground because
like
Peter is not fun. Unless there's a certain mechanic you're going to have me do as Peter, which is something that I would think of if I were directing a Spider-Man game, because I would think that's something that has yet to be done, where we have a quick change, mechanic, right? Where you're gathering intel as Peter for a certain boss or something like that, where there's certain areas or certain events where it's like, hey, I can go in as Spider-Man and probably get, fucked up, or I can go in as Peter and get some intel on what's going on under the guise of the Daily Bugle. Hey, I'm a reporter from the Daily Bugle. What do you have in the vents? Is it usually blah, 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 blah? And in the meantime, between time, you're gathering all this information for you to do, to sneak in as Spider-Man or something like that. Or where you're doing, but the trick with that is to make Peter fun and engaging, so the player doesn't want to be like, oh, I want to play as Spider-Man, I want to play as Spider-Man. So where it becomes rewarding, where you see, an ambulance go down, and you go down an alley and you press, L1 and square, and he does a quick change into Spider-Man. So I think that's the balance that they have to have when it comes to Peter. I get that they want to slow it down and they want to pace it out, right? You have this big action scene, and then okay, let's temper it down. I get that, but they've it's no longer tempering down. You're killing it. Where we're forced under this, this where we can only go so fast because there's a certain amount of dialogue that has to happen and stuff like that. Like, I get how Batman gets away with it because he has Oracle and he's walking, he's trying to gather information and stuff like that. This is Spider-Man, though. Like,
yeah,
we shouldn't.
There was a way to do that, Craven. The butler part. So what you
I mean, even with
there was a way to do that right.
Yeah, even with Arkham Knight, right? When you're playing as Bruce Wayne, that was engaging. Because it was like, yo, I could beat all your butts and y'all don't even know. And you're getting bullied by, hey, get over here, Wayne. And eventually they let you go ham and you whooping butt while you're in chains. So, yeah, I think there's a way to do, to do Peter well. They just have to figure out a way.
Well, I meant the Craven part, like where you have to start, where you put the tiger to sleep. And was there a way to do that part right? Because
should have been thrown.
Peter and Spider-Man.
The person who came up with that needs to be fired. There was no reason. Bro, what are we talking about? What was the point of that? I have no idea what was the point of that tiger.
What he went in there for? They were looking for somebody. He was looking for one of. Oh God, can't remember.
He was looking for some intel on Craven or something like that. But I'm like, the whole line thing was pointless. I don't even get why we had to do that. I just don't understand.
He thought that Dima was. Yeah, he thought that Dima was.
Dima was the bodyguard. I was like, that wasn't funny. It didn't do anything for the plot. It was just like some dumb little scene with the lion, and then the lion looked like ass because I was.
Yeah, he did kind of do.
Because I was like, yo, why they got a PS3 lion in a PS5 game? No. It was just certain parts like that made me upset. Because I'm like, yo, we could have had more Venom, but instead you having me riding around on a bicycle. We could have more Venom, but instead you have me doing this stupid mission of giving Dima some food. Like, what? What if the symbiote suit can change his clothes? Why didn't it just change him into a soldier uniform?
Yeah, could have, yeah.
Right? And just completely bypass all of that. I just, there were so many issues that I had with the story that completely just trashed. I don't know. It just really sullied the gameplay for me.
So the last thing was like Norman. I think you weren't feeling Norman. You thought his old, because they're trying to force the Green Goblin thing. We got the G serum now, and his reaction.
Yeah, I'm like, what? I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, what did Norman think was going on with Harry when he didn't have the suit? Like, where did he think the suit was? I don't understand.
I don't think he didn't even understood it himself. He kind of just, this was kind of just a treatment. He just thought it was like medicine. It's just, it's his treatment.
Yeah, but when Peter has the suit, all that time Harry doesn't have the suit and he's regressing. You're telling me Norman didn't know that he was regressing? Like, I don't understand. Like, where did Norman think that the suit was during this time that his son was regressing? And if you think he was regressing that bad, why didn't you give him the G serum a long time ago?
Yeah, they didn't write that in very well. Yeah, because I don't think they ever even showed a moment where, I don't remember Norman and Harry even being on screen at the same time. When when his eyes were baggy.
Yeah, but he's supposed to be this caring father and stuff like that. The only time we see him is actually, do they even interact?
Only when Peter's there, I guess. When Peter's there, and then Norman and Harry are there at the same time, I guess. But
when was that? When did they interact? I'm trying to think now.
When they stayed up all night, and then Norman comes in, and he's like, "What the hell's going on?" Because they were experimenting with the.
Oh yes, gotcha. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I guess that time, and then. Yeah, other than that, the only time Norman and Harry have been on screen at the same time is
that's it, bro. And like
Peter's there.
No, not in the beginning, because even in the beginning, that was a dream. That was a dream sequence that we start off with in the beginning.
Which dream? What do you mean?
How the game starts off, where he's like, "Hey, I just want to tell you, if this doesn't work, you gotta let me go," or whatever.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know, man. It'd have been different if Norman was mourning for Harry as he was regressing, right? Where Norman saw him, like really going back to the cane and stuff like that, and he was like, "Oh man!" Like, I wanted to see that impact on Norman, but also the impact on Harry. Flashback, not a dream. Sure, the flashback, not a dream, but that flashback is from Spider-Man 1, not Spider-Man 2. So. Still don't get it.
Well, I mean, they needed more. Well, Craven needed more screen time, so we couldn't fit Norman in.
We don't even have Craven screen time. I see more of Craven's goons than I do of Craven. I'm just like, I don't know who is responsible. The writing is completely just trash, bro. I just don't understand it.
I think the whole point of what they were trying to go for, I think, is Craven. They were building up Craven as like this. He's the man. He's like the one. Like he's that dude or whatever. And then it was all they kind of just they threw him in the garbage because it was really they were building him up just to get one-shotted.
Yeah, and then riddle me this, Batman. Yeah, riddle me this, Batman. If you have all this time to come up with these potions to make you stronger, faster, invisible, and shit like that, why wouldn't you come up with a potion to cure your freaking cancer, pimpin'? Wouldn't that make more sense? Then you trying to come up with potions to have you stronger and invisible and everything? I was just like, I didn't even see that in his lab. All we saw was him taking cancer medication for chemotherapy. I'm like, there's no potions of him trying to figure out a cure for the cancer? I was just like, he just accepted that he's gonna die from cancer, which completely goes against his character. So I don't know, man.
He needed that symbiote. That's what he needed.
Bruh, that's what he should have gotten. That would have been interesting.
Yeah, I mean it's sad that they wasted him like that. They just kind of threw him in the garbage just to.
Well, they wasted both of them.
They sacrificed him for Venom to kill him and then make you be like, wow, if you didn't already think Venom was already bad enough.
Yeah, and it just came off as a kink, bro. It didn't come off as like he's like possessed. It just come out like, squeeze me harder, daddy. Like shit like that. And it was like, yo, what's wrong? What's wrong with this guy, bro? What's wrong with him? Yeah, I think it completely backfired how they wrote Craven.
You know, I think the next game I hope that they're in the next game. They probably use Carnage maybe like a lot.
I mean, hopefully they learn through this. But I'm just like, bro, I'm just really disappointed because Carnage is supposed to be like the cherry on top, bro. And I'm like, I still want my ice cream. I don't want to go skip the ice cream and go straight to the cherry. But it seems like that's
skipping Venom.
That's what we're doing. Yeah, Venom he's freaking mad. We haven't seen Venom since Spider-Man, Spider-Man 3?
Spider-Man 3, yep.
Bro, like,
Venom.
I don't know, man. I just like, I don't know how on God's green earth they thought to just shoehorn him in the last act of the game. Like, the fact that we play as Mary Jane more than we play as Venom is, I don't know. It should be a war crime or something. It should be illegal. Like, they should go to jail. Somebody should get a misdemeanor or something.
Yeah, I mean, where does the story go from here to make a successful at least Spider-Man 3? Now, well, with what we have now, who's introduced? You have, the Doctor Strange teased in. You have Carnage. You got the Spider, the new Spider. Who was that other Spider chick? What's her name?
Silk.
You got all these.
I don't know, because they keep on putting more food on the plate, and it's like, bro, how about you chew and digest what you got in your mouth? Like, what's going on here? Because I'm like, okay, great, you introduce Silk, and I'm sure that's what they're gonna go with it. But I'm like, they're probably gonna do that in a spinoff of Miles, right? Miles Morales 2, and maybe Silk and her. But I'm like, that means what? Peter's probably gonna take a back seat, because you can't have Silk, Miles, Spider-Man, and Mary Jane missions. Like, yep. You can't. So hopefully MJ just dies, or she's like, you know what, you guys got it. You take care. I'm tired, or whatever. Or maybe he knocks her up, right? Maybe we get a little, maybe that happens and she can't go out because she's pregnant or something like that. But it depends if that's the last game. The third one's the last game. I don't know. I just don't. I'm all for the tease of Silk. I just don't know what they're gonna do with her, and I don't know how that's gonna play in with Carnage. I just don't trust them right now. How they handled Venom, I'm a little iffy with trusting them story-wise. That's the only thing.
I mean, well, could DLC sort of fix some wrong?
There is no way in God's green earth they. I mean, possibly.
DLC packs? We get 3 DLC packs, just like Spider-Man 1. We get DLC 1.
Possibly,
2, and 3,
but I don't know. They can't.
Stories there.
They can't have They can't have Carnage in the DLC. They can't do that, bro.
No, he needs his own. No.
Yeah, they can't do that. So I don't know. But here's the thing: you're also gonna have Carnage, but you're also gonna have Doc Ock. Then you're also gonna have Norman potentially. Well, so like,
there's a lot going on.
I don't know. Yeah, what are they? I just don't know. I don't know how they're gonna balance all that.
I mean, they had the Sinister Six in Spider-Man 1. They did pretty well. All those villains in there, they did it pretty well, I thought. So,
I mean,
decently for having that many villains in the game. But then there was no Miles. There was no Super MJ. Yes, there was. There was a little bit MJ, but there was no Miles at that time. There was no. It was simpler times back then. Now it's like, you got a lot here now.
Yeah, I just don't know how they're gonna balance it, because we also have Chameleon, and I'm like, who's gonna be the big bad?
Oh, I forgot they teased that too a little
bit. Unless Chameleon's not gonna because Chameleon was a side mission, so maybe they have like just a side mission with Chameleon. He's not integral to the main story. Who's gonna be integral to the main story would obviously be Doc Ock. What I would like to see is Spectacular Spider-Man, but I feel like they kind of went over that with the symbiote to an extent, because it was a different Spider-Man. It's like, yo, he never acts like this before. So I feel like they'd be treading, the same water by going with Spectacular Spider-Man with Doc Ock wise. So I don't know. Maybe they do Doc Carnage or whatever they did, and what was it, Spider-Man 2, where Doc Ock fuses with Carnage. I don't know. Superior Spider-Man, not Spectacular. Sorry, Superior Spider-Man.
And they got a DLC in the third game to tie it all in, to wrap it up. Do you think that they're going to rework Peter and MJ's models once again for the third time? If people complain,
I'm sure they will. Absolutely.
Minecraft.
Absolutely.
She looks like a Minecraft character. Her head is massive. She looks like a Minecraft character.
I just don't know what happened. I genuinely don't know what happened. But yeah, I definitely think so. 100% in the final game.
They have to. Well, hopefully. Well, that was about it for me. And good talking to you, Lucas. Keep up the good work.
You as well, my guy.
And, take care.
Take care. Stay safe, my dude. Yeah, they're gonna have to redo Mary Jane, bro. There's no way they keep Mary Jane like that. There's just no way. There's just no way, bro. there's no way, bro. There's no way they do. There's no way. I appreciate the yellow costume, right? A little nod to the 90s, but no, stop it. 312, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, so I have a quick question. Like your video, like I agree with most of the stuff you said, like story sucks and all that. But do you have a problem with anyone else being Venom other than Eddie Brock, or that just?
Do you have a problem with what?
Like Eddie Brock not being Venom, like other people being Venom, because you said you didn't like Harry's portrayal as Venom in the game.
I don't have a problem with anyone being Venom. I just think the story has to be solid, which I don't think this was.
So like it doesn't matter. Just like the game had to be. Okay, I see.
No, it doesn't have to be Eddie Brock. I think as far as what they showed us with Venom, I think Eddie Brock has a stronger, motive. I think he has a stronger arc as far as his hatred of Spider-Man and why it would bond with him in the symbiote.
Yeah, you're right. They didn't do that with Harry that well, because why do you hate him so much? Well, you don't even hate him.
Well, he doesn't. That's the thing. He's like, he wants him to be brothers. I'm like, wait, what? Like, it's not until later, like the final stages of when the symbiote finally completely takes over, where it's like, okay, the symbiote, it's all the symbiote. Harry is gone. And even still, I guess the symbiote, they reference, right, like, hey, you betrayed us or something like that. And I was like, okay. I just didn't feel it. He looked amazing. He was vicious, but I just don't think I don't think they worked for it. I don't think they earned that hatred. I don't think they earned that viciousness. Because why was Harry that vicious? Like, for what reason?
Yeah, I don't really like the reason either. Just saying it's the symbiote doing that. Yeah.
Because even with Peter, he never became that vicious. Like, even when he finally, like, the symbiote actually becomes a symbiote suit, it's not biting off heads or stuff like that. So I just don't get why Harry just automatically turned into Venom and was like this vicious killing machine. Because he's been so level-headed this entire time. Even when he's getting upset at Peter and swinging with his cane, he's like, do you want me to die? Is that what you want? So he still sounds like a little bitch. So I don't know. I don't know how he just transformed into this monstrous killing machine.
Yeah. Also, yeah, you're right. MJ's a bitch. MJ's a bitch in the game. Like,
goodness gracious.
Stay on the scream fight. I hated the scream fight. I had to put it on mute.
Oh, I forgot to even mention the scream fight. Lord, she gets to have her own boss, but then also becomes a boss. Yeah, that was just painful. And the thing is, I don't know if that was actually, because there's always the duality of, is this the symbiote saying this, or is this the person's, like, their deepest secrets that are coming out? So, I don't know. I feel like that's the thing. I didn't know if it was the symbiote or her, because I could definitely see her saying everything that the symbiote was saying. So, I was like...
And also, Peter...
Yeah.
Continue being a soy boy during the fight. I'm sorry. I'm saying, like, shut up, please.
But I mean, to the extent, if you have a crazy freaking symbiote with hair and everything, I'm like, yeah, baby, I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. Whatever you want, baby. Yeah, I'll change. But
Okay.
I just don't understand why he'd be saying he's sorry if he knows that's the symbiote talking, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, what are you apologizing to? The symbiote? But the thing, like I said, the thing is, I think that was MJ talking. I feel like that's how she actually feels, because that's how she treats Peter. She treats Peter like trash.
Yeah. Peter needs some help. He needs a real woman by his side. Oh my God.
Right, and the fact that she wrote the article before she was chased. She just wrote the article because he didn't understand why she was, such in a tiff over the lizard chase. I think I found my muse for my Jonah article. She is, oh my God. I wish they'd introduced Gwen Stacy, honestly.
Yes. We need to do the pimp name slip back on her. Oh my gosh.
She is the worst, Brett. Like, the worst.
Yep.
Spider-Man 2 director on MJ. If she's a little OP, I don't give a shit. Jesus, Lord in heaven.
Yep. Also, she was also self-inputs on, I heard, like, on Twitter, like, it was like a Last of Us 2 situation where Neil Druckmann inserted himself in the game, and now it's the same thing with Spider-Man 2 with MJ. Like,
Here's the thing. I don't know if
what's
that's the
wrong with
case.
you?
I don't know if that's the case because they don't get me wrong. They definitely do look alike. The lady, the writer, definitely does look like MJ, but I need some confirmation on that because that is wild. And it's crazy because it's like, yo, we're saying that this woman who's a real person just, yo, you ugly. That's the messed up part. It'd be different if they just tried to make her ugly, as opposed to, okay, this is actually a real person who looks like this. I was like, ooh, okay, my fault. I mean, you still ugly, but damn.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised either way, but still. Also, you didn't like how Anti-Venom was handled? Am I mistaken?
I just didn't get it. I didn't get him giving the powers to Peter and stuff like that. But it's all within their universe. So if that's how it works in their universe, then I'm like, okay, fine. It is what it is. I've just learned to just let go of things like that because it's their universe, so they can change how the powers and how things work. Like I still don't understand how Miles gets his powers from Mr. Negative. I don't understand that. I don't know any game logic that explains it that I've come across at least.
Yeah, they didn't explain that well. But anyway, that's it. I just wanted clarifications on that.
All right, my guy. Well, I appreciate the call. You take care and stay safe. Yeah, I just was like, bruh. Yeah, so I know Brian Inhart. Did Brian Inhart say this? Y'all see this? OP, hold on. So why have these missions been upgraded from the low merely divisive? Well, one big reason is that MJ is OP now. Her stun gun makes short work of enemies that takes Peter and Miles multiple hits to beat up. For some, this change of pace is awesome, even John Wick-like. For others, it sucks the energy out of the game that's otherwise fast-paced and wide open. Recently, we brought Insomniac senior creator-director Brian Inhart onto a spoiler-packed episode of Beyond to talk about everything Spider-Man 2. And he had plenty to say about the studio's decisions for MJ. Warning, spoilers for Spider-Man 2 follows. Oh, God, I can't wait. I definitely want to... we definitely got to see this. According to NR, Insomniac was well aware that MJ's missions hadn't been anyone's favorite bit of the first Spider-Man. And they did ponder foregoing them entirely in the sequel. But instead, the team went a different direction. Yo, what a fucking trash team. L for this team. It was L for this team. We had two choices. We could say, all right, we'll make it easy and just not do it. No. That's not making it easy. That's making it good. Okay? That's not easy. That's good. And everybody would go, great, no MJ missions. Or we could say, hey, we've talked about showing the world from all different angles. We're going to make her moments better. I'm telling you, they're not going to let go of MJ mission. I told you all that. I told you all that in the review. I was like, yo, listen, they're not letting go. They're going to force this shit down our throat. We're going to take on the challenge. We're going to make people like playing as her. We pick and choose our spots. We knew we had to make her more proactive, capable person. And if she's a little OP, I don't give a shit. She's fine. I don't care. Lord in fucking heaven. Goodness gracious, shoot me. 970, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Are you like the in-between person? Or are you Lucas?
What does it matter? What's the disagreement?
I just wanted to talk about the game. A lot of people are talking about it, so I thought it'd be fun to talk about the game.
What's the disagreement on the game?
Just he had a lot of complaints just about Peter Parker, so I'm just curious about his interpretation or how he sees Peter Parker. And that was kind of
in what regards? In like in the comics or in the Insomniac's world?
No, in the game, not in the comics necessarily. I mean, I might ask him about that a little bit.
This is Lucas. What is it?
Well, I was just wanting to ask in terms, like he was saying that he felt Peter Parker was whiny and this and that.
Yes.
And I just kind of wanted to ask him about that, I guess, and like why he felt that way.
Because he whines in the game.
Okay. So, sorry. I am talking to an in-between person, though, right? And then...
Bro, this is Lucas.
Oh, sorry. Well, you're, like, looking at stuff, and then I got confused. I've never done this before.
It's all good.
Okay, all right, let's start from square one. My bad. So, is that just an attribute of Peter Parker you just don't like in any medium? So you just didn't like it here in the Insomniac version of the game?
I mean, I don't like him whining while everyone else isn't whining. Like, Miles isn't whining, right? Even he's dealing with, as far as Mr. Negative being there. He has his essay. He's dealing with his mom in Yankee, while also dealing with, a relationship possibly with Haley. We never hear him whine. Never hear MJ whine. Even when she's like, helping Peter on his deathbed, she's not whining. She's like, hey, you can do this. You can do this. She's never shown from a whining perspective. It's always a strong perspective. Harry doesn't even really whine. Harry's just like, hey, buddy, I really need the suit back. I'd really appreciate it, if you give me the suit back. It's even at the last moment where he smashes the vial, it's not really a whining. It's just more of a betrayal in his voice, where he's like, yo, do you want me to suffer?
Oh, yeah.
Is this why? So but the only person who's constantly whining,
anger.
But the only person who's constantly whining and apologizing every 5 seconds is Peter. Right? When he gets off the suit, he's like, man, I got a lot of apologizing to do. Apologizing for what? You helped Dr. Connors, right? You helped Harry by, helping him avoid this symbiote that could take over his body potentially. I mean, what are you apologizing for? You didn't know that that you almost killed Mary Jane, because guess what? Mary Jane didn't tell you, and neither did Miles. So other than you just being a little dickish every once in a while, and he wasn't really dickish, he was just really short, right? He wasn't that, jokey. He was like, yo, Miles was off in his game. And MJ was like, well, that's not fair. It's like, no, we could have stopped the lizard, and he messed things up. He's like, well, we're a team. He's like, well, sometimes I need to do this myself. Like, really? That's the really big bad symbiote taking over? I'm like, nah. I didn't feel that urgency of he needs to get this off of him. Which is why I said in the video where it came to Spider-Man 3, where we got that peak when Toby hits freaking Mary Jane. When he smacks, backhands Mary Jane, that's when it's like, okay, you need to chill. I never felt that in this game. And whenever the symbiote acted out, it was always in self-defense. MJ shocks the symbiote. Symbiote chases her. What's his name? Miles shocks the symbiote to stop it from killing Kraven, even though Kraven wanted to die. So I mean, I just didn't. Even with the lizard, he could have completely just killed the lizard, but he used the symbiote to hold down the lizard to help Dr. Connors, but also help Harry. Because during this time, he's talking about, hey, Dr. Connors doesn't deserve this. So I didn't see him really turn into this monster. And even when it was a monster, it wasn't him.
I could point to certain moments where I felt like it was showing Peter's characterization turning to a dark point. It might not have been as dramatic as...
But he didn't do anything. He may have just said a bunch of words, right? A bunch of... Like, even with Harry, he tells him, hey, why don't you take a bunch more of those pills and say what you really mean? And I agree with him, because Harry was being passive-aggressive.
Well, but, okay, let me finish the statement, though. And then you can say whatever you want when I finish it. So, I just noticed that Peter starts becoming more, narcissistic and self-serving when he has it. At least to a certain degree. And even, when you're doing the boss fight with Lizard, he starts saying, really, out-of-pocket shit, where he's like, oh, you don't deserve your family, and you're awful, and, stuff that I think Peter Parker wouldn't normally say, especially with one of the themes in the game being that he believes every person deserves a second chance. And it seems like when he has that suit, he kind of starts being like, well, maybe they don't, or whatever. And there was another instance, and then when they have that scuffle in Harry's apartment or whatever, where he meets him, that that pill moment you're referring to.
Mm-hmm.
But after that, he's like, well, maybe that can get figured out because I'm a better Spider-Man with this. And Harry's like, he kind of almost puts himself before everyone else, which is a very un-Spider-Man thing.
Well, he's not
like,
putting himself before everyone else.
Everyone else before himself.
The reason I disagree with you saying he put himself before everyone else because he's doing literally the opposite. He's saying that, hey, the symbiote makes him a better Spider-Man. And because it makes him a better Spider-Man, he can save more people.
True.
He's never used this, he never used a symbiote to do any self-serving tasks. Every single time he's used a symbiote in the game is to help someone else. So I'm like, if they wanted to go that route, then fine. Show me him using the symbiote for his own means or whatnot. But the guy is like, half of the game is him trying to help Harry, by means of taking down the lizard. And then he gets railed by that because the lizard caused destruction. And it's like, I felt him when he was talking about, hey, I've been trying to save everyone. And, she puts out an article that makes me the bad guy. I'm like, yeah, he's right. I don't know. I was agreeing with the symbiote Peter because I was like, yo, symbiote Peter is fucking based.
I guess I can kind of see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing about media and fiction, though, is that everyone kind of takes a slightly different thing from it, So in your perfect, okay, I'm trying to think of the right way to word it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but your favorite version of Spider-Man, at least if we were talking about films, is Tobey's, right?
Yeah.
Is that wrong?
Yeah, Spider-Man 2.
I love Tobey. Tobey is my favorite. So would you level that same criticism towards the Tobey Maguire films? Because I think not even just you have had that. I mean, I think a lot of people have been like, Peter's too kind of whiny. Or
I think in Spider-Man 3, 100%. That's why I don't go with Spider-Man. I go with Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 3, 100%. But I love you. Yeah, no. I'm not. That's what it reminded me of, and I hated that.
Okay. Well,
but he had that with the symbiote suit as well.
Okay. I have an interesting question for you, and obviously you probably might think of, however you answer, it might be not what I think, I think you might, but so, okay, everyone likes Spider-Man for different reasons, maybe, right? Maybe we line up in certain ways.
Mm-hmm.
I like Spider-Man because I feel like he's, compared to other characters, he's more human in that he's valuable and that he makes mistakes. And, and it's inspiring because even when he kind of falls down and he makes a mistake or he does something wrong, he rises above it and he tries to be better. That's like, if he has the power to do the right thing, he tries to do it. Like the great power thing. And I also like him, since he's valuable, he's not I don't know, I guess maybe I can see why that annoys people though. Maybe they just are sick of Peter Parker being sad all the time or whatever. I guess I find it relatable because I think that happens to a lot of people. Even if we become stronger people, there's still stuff that knocks us down. And also in the comics, I think Peter has gone through this emotional roller coaster many times for many years. Where I mean, it's almost to a point where I don't even really like reading the comics because I don't know what you think, but when Peter died in the ultimate, I don't know how much of the comics you've read or not, but when they first introduced Miles Morales in the Ultimate version, Ultimate Peter Parker died, I was kind of happy because I thought it would be like a fresh thing. Because I was like, I feel like they've done every story that they can with Peter Parker. So I was happy. I was like, okay, well, this will be new or different. And then I also loved Superior Spider-Man. Because that was like a fresh new thing.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Because I was like, I loved it. Lots of people were really pissed that they killed Peter, and I get that. But it's like, I feel like you can eventually run out of ideas to write about the character. He's been written for so long that I'm like, maybe you either need to put him in a different role and have someone else be Spider-Man, that's as interesting, or I don't know. but I got sick of reading it. But I guess the point that I'm trying to get to is that something you like about Spider-Man, or do you? Because I guess maybe I just misinterpreted how you meant it. That could totally be what happened. But it almost sounded like you wanted him to be like a Giga Chad character, and I'm like, I don't think.
I wanted to see some contrast. That's what I wanted, because he's whining with the suit and he's whining without the suit. So I wanted him, if he was gonna be, just whining without the suit, that's fine. Like, hey, I'm sorry, stuff like that. But if he's gonna do that, then I'm gonna need to see a stark contrast when he has a suit, where he's totally just completely dismissive and just they need to heighten it up to like almost 11 in order for me to feel like, yo, this is really altering him. But he doesn't feel like that. He just feels like he's just being, a little, I won't say dickish, but he's just being a little bitchy, right? That's what it seems like. It doesn't seem like he's being like, yo, this dude, what the hell is wrong with this guy?
I guess he wasn't doing anything that was straight up like evil, maybe that, like, so it's just too subtle. Like,
he was using the suit for good, which is why I completely got why he was like, yo, I can use this suit more than Harry can. And anyways, Dr. Connors is coming up with a new idea for, to help Harry regardless. So I was like, I mean, that's a fair take. And it wasn't even selfish, because he's like, I can do this to help the city.
Yeah, I can kind of see what you're saying, because the only moment where they actually kind of cross that line is when Peter almost kills Craven. Like, that's the only point where he starts actually crossing the border and then fighting Miles.
I mean,
which I loved those parts of the game. Those parts were really cool. Like,
I thought
the tension was high.
Yeah,
that was dope as fuck. I loved it.
I just didn't feel that bad with him trying to kill Craven. Because Craven wanted to die. It'd be different if Craven was begging for his life, right?
Had a weird, like,
he had like a little fetish, fetish of dying, So it'd be different if Craven was like, please, you know what, I've thought about this again, I'm sorry, don't kill me, I want to live. And he's like, too late, something like that. But he bites him in hoping him that he chokes him.
Like at the last moment or something, like he would change his mind.
Something.
He's like, I was wrong.
I want to live. I want to live. He's like, too late. You should have thought about that earlier, or something like that. But it's like, I don't really feel bad for somebody killing someone who not only tried to attack him, kidnapped one of his homies, Miles, and then bites him and hoping he chokes him to death. Like, I just didn't feel anything there, because I'm like, okay, the fool wants to die. Like, I get that he's not supposed to kill, but he wants to die. So I'm like, there's no loss here.
I guess it's like, well, I'm fulfilling your fantasy, so
exactly.
That's funny. Well, it's funny. I think I mostly enjoyed the story, but I think I enjoyed it in the same way that I like I can enjoy it, but also notice that it's not perfect. There's a lot of things. It kind of has a bit of a Spider-Man 3 syndrome to me, where it's a little too much. I think they got really ambitious, and then they couldn't properly use everything.
I think they just need to make the game longer. That's what they needed. It seems they shoehorned Venom in the last. If they had a few more missions with Venom and whatnot, and really fleshed out Venom,
that would
have been awesome. Because it's like you spent more time, showing me about Harry, as opposed to Venom.
Yeah, that's true. It also is really sad because when you finally get to play as Venom, it's so fucking awesome, and then it's really only for that one segment. And I'm like, but it feels so cool. I like it.
And then we go back to Mary Jane. Yeah, just wild decisions. I kind of can
tolerate it, but I get people though. Like, I get, you pay for a Spider-Man game, you're like, I want to be Spider-Man. I get it. I think the only thing that majorly was really funny and took me out of the game was at the end when the whole city's corrupted with the symbiotes and it's all gloomy and stuff, and Peter's in his anti-venom suit, and then Miles shows up in his it was an Adidas product placement suit. I was like, your last suit was way better. I mean, I don't know.
That was
maybe
wild.
Other people really love that suit, but I was like, that suit ain't it. I'm sorry, but you need to go back to the sewing machine or the drawing board and make a new suit. But I thought it was funny though, so I wasn't like mad. But I was like, that's hilarious. Yeah. Well, that's kind of all I wanted to talk about. I mean, it wasn't like 100%. I was like, I disagree with you. I was just more curious.
Fair enough.
Why you felt that way.
Fair enough,
yeah,
my guy.
I'm just not that aggro about stuff. I just want to know.
Gotcha.
But, you have a nice day.
You as well, my guy.
Man.
Take care. Stay safe. Bro, they were going to have Mary Jane grab one of his web shooters and she was going to put it on, actually fire at enemies that were trying to get to them, but that never happens. Oh my God. I think that's where the web shooter idea came from, because I was like, let's give her the ability to stun enemies in the first mission. Lord in heaven. Let Mary Jane die, bro. Let Mary Jane die. Let Mary Jane die. Please let her die. I let her die, bro. Please let Norman kill Mary Jane, right? As vengeance for Spider-Man taking Harry from him. Let that be the arc, and I will, man, that would be great. Goodness gracious. 561, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I disagree with you with your Marvel Spider-Man 2 good, bad, and ugly. So I disagree with you with 3 of your good points that you have brought up in your video, and I disagree with 2 of your bad points.
Okay, go for it.
The first one I disagree with you is the combos for the good takes. I think pretty much when it comes to Peter and Miles, I think they both have repetitive play styles in a sense where they don't really innovate for both Peter and Miles. So for example, right, when it comes. Oh, okay. So for example, right, based on their abilities, right. So you know about the Venom Strike when it comes to Peter when he gets the symbiote, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's pretty much similar to Miles' Venom Dash in the Miles Morales game when he gets the Venom Dash launcher as an upgrade. Are you familiar with that?
The Venom Dash, where he runs towards someone and throws them?
Yes, but in the Miles Morales game, there's an upgrade where it's called the Venom Dash launcher, where you dash and grab them, but you could throw them up in the air, including people surrounded by that person.
Okay. How is that similar to anything that Peter has?
It's similar to the Venom Strike.
It's the Venom Strike. What's the Venom Strike?
Yeah,
I don't remember all the moves.
Now, I'm not talking about it's as in the same ability, but it has the same effect.
The Venom Strike.
Would you agree with that?
I don't. What's the Venom Strike? I don't remember.
The Venom Strike is where he's all big and all octopus tentacles and shit, and he dashed towards you, pull them all the way up in the air.
Oh, when he pulls one guy up in the air.
He dashes towards them and then throws them all the way up in the air.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying that pretty much they lack in innovation and that they both pretty much have the same effect. Now, of course, you see, Insomniac is trying to play smartass because they didn't add the Venom Dash launcher for Miles in Marvel Spider-Man 2 so that people wouldn't notice it.
So the Venom Dash isn't in the game.
I'm sorry?
So the Venom Dash isn't in the game.
Yeah, the Venom Dash launcher is not in Marvel Spider-Man 2. But the whole point is that they're hiding that from people so that players wouldn't notice that it's pretty much the same ability.
Okay. I'm
Okay.
All right.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I'm not. I hear you, but go on.
Okay. Next thing, of course, I think you should automatically agree with me when it comes to
But how does that?
What is it called again?
To go back to it, how does that one move detract from the overall experience of the combat?
With the Venom Strike, right? He dashes towards an opponent. Now you see there's a little bit of a difference when it comes to the Venom Strike, and it has a magnetic force, where it'll pull enemies. But what I'm trying to say is that it's pretty much the same as the Venom Dash launcher, to where like you're pretty much going.
But isn't the Venom Dash kind of similar to the shock and awe that he gets at the end of the game?
The what? I'm sorry?
The one where he punches a person up in the air and he can electrocute everyone by hitting them.
Oh, you're asking me if it's the same as what? As what?
The Venom Dash.
No, that's not the same. No.
Why is it different?
Why is it different?
Yeah.
You're talking about the one where you just uppercut them and then you continue to hit them in the air while they electrocute all the other enemies?
Yeah.
Because you're continuously electrocuting people, and you could slam, and with the upgrade, you could slam them on the ground, and it will electrocute everybody that's close by in that radius.
But isn't that the same concept as a Venom Dash? Minus as far as electrocuting everyone in the radius?
No, not really, because you're continuously electrocuting people as you hit them in the air. And with the upgrade, you could literally slam them down and it'll electrocute them in that radius.
Yeah, but that's...
I'm saying that when it comes to... Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
But that's really the only difference that they added on to the electrocuting other people.
Okay. But that's not exactly the same, though.
Well, nothing's going to be exactly the same. But I just don't...
Okay, but I'm trying to say that my whole argument is that when it comes to, like, the Venom Strike, it's pretty much the same as the Venom Dash launcher in the Miles Morales game.
Okay.
I'm saying that they're lacking innovation.
I think that one example is not really the best example or a reflection of the overall combat, though. That's the only thing.
But that is part of the combat, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's part of the combat, but I wouldn't say that it is the combat, right? That's one move.
I mean, no, it's not just one. There's multiple abilities that they lack innovation. Like, for example, it's like when you look at Peter's, what do you call it again? I think it's called his Venom Punch. I think that's what you call it. It's like they pretty much copied the same effect when it comes to the impact weapon. You agree on that, right?
Venom Punch and the impact webbing.
Yes. So the Venom Punch is like where you shoot the tendrils at the person and they stick to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
The impact weapon, Marvel Spider-Man, is like you shoot them, they automatically stick to the wall.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that.
Okay, all right then. I guess then. You know what? Let's just move on from that. So not to misinterpret it, but you agreed that when it comes to Spider-Man 2 for the PS2 web swinging, it's better than Marvel Spider-Man, correct? When it comes to the web physics?
No.
You disagree with that?
No, I think in Spider-Man 2 PS5, I think it's better than Spider-Man 2 on the PS2.
Why do you say it's better?
I would say it's more realistic. I think they've emulated Spider-Man 2 on the PS2 pretty well.
Okay, let me ask you this. Which one takes more skill, the PS2, Spider-Man 2, or Marvel Spider-Man 2?
Which one takes more skill?
Yeah, which one takes more skill? Like, yes.
I would say at zero, what do you call it? Zero steer. Yeah, I would say they're pretty much, they're fairly comparable.
I disagree with you on that point. So, like, for example, right? So when it comes to Marvel Spider-Man web swinging, like, if you want to choose to do the loop-de-loop or do, like, the little side loop-de-loop, keep in mind, you're only pressing one button for both, like, on the side and if you want to choose to hold R2. While in Spider-Man 2, you actually have to do more than that. You have to increase your maximum speed and your momentum to do a loop-de-loop. And it's not like you're just pressing one button, because I can literally do it one hand for Marvel Spider-Man.
Sure. In regards to loop-de-loop, sure, in that regards. But I think in the overall experience of the swinging, I think they're fairly similar.
I disagree with you on that, because there are times where when you swing towards a building, right, there are times where the game will just assist you. And I keep in mind, like, when you have it at zero steering, there are times where, like, when you're about to slam into a wall, it will, like, automatically have Spider-Man kind of, like, do, like, a little back, like, kind of like a front flip and then do, like, a web zip over, like, the edge of the building.
When you get to certain edges, yes.
Yeah, like when you get like when you're about to slam into a wall, like for example, right? When
Well, it's not about
wall
when
running,
it's it's an animation that plays when you're close to a corner.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like it will assist you on doing that.
Yeah, I prefer that, honestly.
You prefer? Oh, so you prefer when the game like does things for you? Is that what I'm hearing?
When I'm like an inch away from a corner, yeah, I think it's
No, I'm not talking.
I think it flows better when the game actually does that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess we're gonna agree.
I think there's certain things you have to take into account where it's more of an experience. Is it fun for the player, or do you want technicality? So I think Spider-Man 2 reaches that great balance. Where if you want, as far as technicality, absolutely. If you don't clear the corner in Spider-Man 2 for the PS2, you're going to hit it. Where I think that little refinement in Spider-Man 2 for the PS5, yeah, I think that's what pushes it to the edge.
I mean, I prefer like trying to do everything like by myself because it's like, look at it this way. Web of Shadows, web swinging, okay? If you run towards a wall, you actually slam into the wall, okay? Mm-hmm. That's why I think it would have been better if they had innovated to where like if they had Spider-Man like about slam into a wall, you press a certain button so that you could kind of like catch yourself when you're swinging, so that you don't mess up.
Well, you can dodge, right?
Yeah, but again, that has nothing to do with the web swinging, though. That's the thing.
Well, you can incorporate that into the web swinging.
I'm sorry?
Well, you can incorporate that into the web swinging. Is if you're about to hit a wall, you dodge out of the wall. Or you hold, left and circle, and it will turn you around the corner.
I mean, if you want to like web zip with and have like web in thin air, then sure. If that's
all the web's attached to buildings, so when you're turning around the corner, there has to be a building that the web attaches to in order for you to turn around that corner.
But when you dodge in thin air, is the web connected to anything?
Yeah, the web's connected to a building.
No, actually it does not. No, it doesn't. When you air dodge, like when you're like swinging in the air and you like try to air dodge, as in like you press circle, no, it doesn't connect to any building at all.
From what I've seen, it does.
I'm about to say, I mean, you could go ahead and like give us like a glimpse of it because I can guarantee you it doesn't connect to any wall. It's like, for example, right, when you try to do what do you call it? Yeah, what do you call that shit? When you hold L2 and X, what do you call that shit again? The
L2 and X. The slingshot?
Yeah, the slingshot. Like, so at some point I went all the way on top of what do you call that building? Like that tall ass like building with the antenna. And like if you try to like slingshot, there will be like some webbing like far away in thin air, but it's not connected to any building. Same thing like when you're in the introduction, when you're fighting Sandman, when you're swinging in thin air.
Well, yeah, in the introduction, that's correct. Now, when it comes to the slingshot, if you were a game designer, right, and you're like, hey, this person is going on top of the tallest building.
Yes.
Would you choose to remove their ability to slingshot? Or would you go, let's suspend our belief for a second for the sake of fun and give them that ability to slingshot? Which option would you probably choose?
I'll choose that one, yeah. I agree. Like, just to make it more fun, yeah.
So when it comes to things like that, there's certain things that the developer probably does for the benefit of the player's experience. I don't have an issue for that. Because is it possible to absolutely slingshot from the Empire State Building in certain areas? No. Is it fun and awesome? Yes.
I mean, I feel like they could. Actually, now that I think about it, I feel like they could have done something else. Like, I don't know, like maybe I feel like this would be a little too much, but maybe like have like Spider-Man like create like a little like web like swing sets. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, like the web swing set where he would like kind of use it to like get to certain points. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know if you remember.
Not entirely, but even when it comes to the slingshot, the only way that you don't really attach to a building or something like that is if you're actually on the edge of the corner or something, or if there's no buildings along you. But even still, it'll try to give you the illusion that it's attaching to something.
I mean, yeah, but again, I don't know. I think they could have been a little bit more creative on that, to be honest with you. That's why I just don't think when it comes to the web physics, it doesn't even come close to Spider-Man 2.
Well, you can't slingshot in Spider-Man 2.
Actually, yeah, you can. There's an upgrade for it.
From my understanding, you can do two webs.
Yeah. So, like, if you choose, like, in the beginning of Spider-Man 2, you choose to either swing with one single web, or you could choose to swing with both hands. So, and there's an upgrade in Spider-Man 2 where you could do a slingshot. But it's not like...
Yeah, but that's only when you're swinging. Yeah, you can't do it when you're on the ground.
Oh, you're talking about on the ground. Oh, okay, my fault.
Well, you can do it anywhere in the PS5.
I mean, yeah, but you also can't do it when you're swinging, to be fair.
So would you rather only be allowed to do it when you're swinging as opposed to anywhere when you land?
I mean, to be honest with you, I'd rather do it like anytime, anywhere. I want to do it web swinging, and I want to do it anywhere if I'm on top of a building or if I'm on the floor.
Sure, I think you can do it on top of the building. I think the only thing that limits you is when you're web swinging.
Yeah. And another thing too that they also mess up that I don't think you ever pay attention to is that, like, for example, you remember in Spider-Man 2 PS2 when you you shoot a web, okay, and like when you hit the corner, like hit the edge, your web gets shorter. Mm-hmm. Because it's like, yeah, you get what I'm saying? In Marvel Spider-Man 2, it doesn't do that. It's like there's like a web inside of a building.
That is correct. I have seen that.
Yeah. So like I said, I feel like when it comes to Spider-Man 2 for the PS2, it takes way more skill than Marvel Spider-Man. That's not even up for debate. And I think, in my personal preference, I think it's just way better.
Okay.
All right. The next thing, what was it again? Okay, so I was a little bit confused about this. So I don't know if you had misinterpreted this category, but when you had said side missions, you kept saying like the ones where you're like chasing cars and stuff like that. Like, I don't really refer to those as side missions. I refer to those as like city events.
Sure, city events.
Yeah, so I don't know if that was a mistake on your part, but yeah, like, because I was like so confused why you called those side missions.
Well, I call them side missions because after you finish the game, that's all that's left are those side activities.
Oh, okay. I mean, fair enough. Let's see. What was the other one? Oh, so this was dealing with. Wait, was this good? No. Okay, this was good. Okay. So you had said that the stealth had improved, okay? And I'm not talking about dealing with the web lines or anything like that. Excluding the web lines, you had said that it had improved where, like, Craven's henchmen will start to look up and they'll catch you at some point. I'm gonna be honest with you, I have played the game twice, and that has never happened to me. There were times where I was swinging, and literally the Hunter drones couldn't even track me.
Oh, wow.
So I'm about to say, how many times has that happened to you, or did that happen to you just for once in a blue moon?
It hadn't happened to me in the bases, where they said he's got to be around here. Yeah, he's got to be around here, and they'd look up.
Were you using the web lines?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so weird to me because that never happened to me. I feel like when it comes to like the stealth, I feel like it just gone way too easy. Now, of course, in your video you said that you don't have to use the web lines, but as in like when it comes to the skill points, when you get the double takedowns, it's like they made it way too easy, and I still haven't gotten to the point where I had like a henchman look up and like, oh, it's Spider-Man, and then they start ganging up on me and stuff like that. Yeah,
they make it easy if you want it to be easy.
Wait, what? Repeat that again?
I said they make it easy if you want it to be easy. That's the thing.
No, but again, I had it on the hardest difficulty, and again, I'm playing it like how I normally play stealth in the first game. So I'm saying like nothing has really changed, or nothing has really been buffed when it comes to the bad guys, when it comes to stealth.
What are some ideas you would probably have for stealth that you think could be improved upon?
Maybe, I don't know. I feel like, it's a good question because I realized that
I'm not a big stealth person, so I have no idea. For me, the stealth was fine.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm not a big stealth person, so for me, the stealth was fine. But I've heard people, have issues about it.
Oh, okay. So I feel like they could have done something more because the hunter drones were useless. Because every time I swing right next to them, they never tracked me down. I just instantly press triangle and take down the hunter drones, and it was like nothing. But if I
if they don't spot you, you can do that. But they're pretty fast in spotting you.
No. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying there were times where I was swinging close by to them. I was right next to them, and they couldn't track me. So I don't know if it's either us or the NPCs are just dumbasses. You feel me? But if I had to guess how they could improve the stealth, I feel like they should go the Arkham route where they first start having more people actually look up, give them devices to where they could how in Craven's I don't know what Craven's underground cave or whatever you call that shit. He had them poison traps. He had it at the bottom, but I feel like he should have done more with the traps up in the
traps vertical traps and stuff like that.
Yeah, there you
Gotcha.
go. So I feel like they should have done something like that. You feel me? Or when you watch Indiana Jones, you feel me? Have spike traps come out of nowhere and try to hit Spider-Man, and if Spider-Man triggers a line, all the NPCs will get notified that Spider-Man's on top. It's they could have done so much with the stealth.
Yeah, I now that you admit, I don't disagree with you on that.
All right.
I just don't think the stealth was I think stealth was more of a back burner thing for them.
Okay.
When he means vertically trapped, he's talking about traps for Spider-Man, not for you. Correct, right?
I'm sorry?
When you're talking about vertical traps, you mean as far as traps that can ensnare Spider-Man, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
All right.
I'm trying to see, what was the other category that I was with? Hold on, give me just 1 second. I was about to say, there was something I actually want to bring up. Going off topic, I was about to say, because I saw your live stream dealing with game-breaking bugs, about you being a white cube.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say, are you aware that happened in the first Marvel Spider-Man?
So I've been told. I don't think it was. I don't think it was to this extent, though.
Oh no, it was pretty much the same. Well, actually, maybe not. I don't know, but yeah, there's actually video footage of people that had the exact same bugs from the first Marvel Spider-Man. I was like, damn, that's crazy how they brought that shit back into the second one.
Yeah, that is wild.
Hold on. What was the other thing? Hold on, I can't. I'm trying to think. Another thing. There's actually one thing I want to ask you. The last caller that you had brought something about. If I'm not mistaken, you had said Toby was whining about something in Spider-Man 3.
Yeah, he was whining in Spider-Man 3.
What was he whining about?
When MJ said that she didn't love him or whatnot, or she couldn't get married or something like that. It was on the bridge.
Oh, okay. So wait, what was the little like debate that you were having with the gay dude?
That Peter whines with the suit and without the suit, where everyone else in his social circle doesn't. Miles doesn't whine, despite he's going through difficulties. Mary Jane doesn't whine, despite her going through difficulties. No one else whines. Even I think Miles' mom doesn't even whine. She's just like, yo, she's actually pretty adamant with Peter. We're like, yo, you need to call me back. You need to find my son. But Peter is the one who's constantly apologizing, even though he doesn't need to apologize. And just, being subservient to other individuals in the game.
Okay. No, I agree. But I was about to say, but what did it have to do with Toby though? Like when you said Toby was whining.
Because it reminded me of Toby in Spider-Man 3, which irritated me.
I mean, to be fair, it's not like he had the black suit when he was whining.
I agree, which makes his whining even worse.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. So I want to ask you this, because I guess you don't feel comfortable when it comes to having a Carnage DLC for
Absolutely not.
Marvel 2.
Absolutely not.
I'm about to say, how would you feel if they gave you a DLC of how the Kraven had killed most of the Sinister Six?
I don't know how they would do that. Because now that now that Kraven's head's been bitten off, like I'm over Kraven. I feel like if they were to do that, they should have done that in the main story. You can give me some Wraith DLC, but I don't know how you're gonna give me Wraith DLC because I feel like we already met that the end of that storyline for right now. Maybe go on Mysterio possibly, but they ended that storyline from what it seems. I don't know what DLC they would have. There is no more Sinister Six.
I was thinking that the Kraven DLC might have been good because I don't know if you had listened to the audio files for each of the Sinister Six that he killed.
Yeah, I heard him. How he talks about, they put up a fight and yada yada.
Out of all the people, Shocker was the best one.
Yeah, that doesn't make any freaking sense. Where he had more fight in him and stuff like that. I was like, Shocker?
Yeah.
Man, it's just capping.
I know it sounds crazy, but that's why I want to see like a DLC of like how the fuck did Shocker do it?
But wouldn't you be upset that they're going to give you a DLC of that when they should have included it in the main game?
I agree. No, I agree with you.
I would see that. You want to know why I would see that as? I would see that as that, hey, they cut content to make it DLC. That's what I would view that as.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Damn. Okay, how would you like if they said that we get like a little prequel of like how like Peter came across like all of his villains?
No, they should have made that in Spider-Man 1.
Oh, well.
I don't know what they're going to do for DLC. I think they should definitely have some DLC. I just don't know what it could be.
Yeah, because right now, the way
Maybe Sandman escapes?
Right I'm sorry?
Maybe Sandman escapes? But based off of what we saw in the game, if you find all the things, Sandman's doing better.
Yeah.
So
he's doing better now, yeah.
I don't know who's the villain right now. There are no villains at the moment, from my understanding.
Yeah, because pretty much everybody became good and like.
Kingpin, I got it. Kingpin escapes.
Oh, Kingpin.
We still have Kingpin.
Oh, you know what's so funny? What happened to Taskmaster?
Yeah, I agree. What happened to Kingpin? Wasn't Kingpin in the trailer? If I'm not mistaken, of people that Kraven had up, or am I could be tripping.
Yeah. It was Kingpin.
It was Kingpin, yes. Yeah, I don't know where. I would like to see them for DLC then.
Yeah, something. Because I remember even not at the end of Miles Morales, but I think it was like a side mission where Kingpin like got to talk to Miles.
Yeah, from prison. Yeah, I remember that.
He said he was gonna make a return or some shit like that.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong on that.
Kingpin's I don't know what they're gonna do with Kingpin because we still have Spider-Man 2. So I just there's so many spinning plates. I don't know what they're gonna do, bro. Because they have to bring back Kingpin, but how are they gonna bring back Kingpin? And we've already established Norman, and now Carnage.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have what's her name, Cindy Moon. Unless she's just bait, and she's actually not gonna become, Spider Girl or Silk, excuse me. So I don't know. There has to be another game. It just seems like there has to be a fourth game, because we still have Doc Ock, where he's talking about, hey, I'm doing my final act. Unless he does his final act from prison.
Who knows? Maybe like he might make a deal with Norman, and I feel like they're gonna lead up to the Superior
He
Spider-Man
despises Norman, though. I don't see, he didn't even care that he told him straight up, good. I'm glad that they ruined your son. That was some wild shit. That was some wild shit right there. Man's coming to you for solace. Good. I'm glad. I don't see him teaming up with Norman. I don't know where the story's going to go. I really have no idea. Which makes me excited, but also terrified, given what they did with Venom.
Mm-hmm. And also, another thing that really annoyed me too, that I feel like they could have done so much, especially because they're copying the whole concept of Web of Shadows, especially when you do Chameleon side missions and when you play the piano. Like when you play the piano, like they're literally playing Web of Shadows intro song. Okay?
Wasn't there? Hold up. Wasn't Chameleon like a secret ending, or didn't he have a secret ending in Web of Shadows, if I'm not mistaken? Or wasn't he teased?
No.
Or was that a different game? I thought he was teased. Maybe that was Spider-Man 3 on the PS2.
No. That was Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, the Amazing Spider-Man 2 again. But I was about to say, like, what really annoyed me is that if y'all gonna copy Web of Shadows, like, why not copy like how they did the gameplay? Like, because keep in mind, in Marvel Spider-Man, we saw Peter fight Doc Ock on the side of the wall. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Like for their final round. So why couldn't they implemented it where we actually have Peter fighting symbiotes on the side of the wall? You feel me?
Here's the thing. Then it would just been like Web of Shadows. The only thing, because that's what I'm thinking about in the combat that I'm thinking of, is because I had multiple people like, yo, are you gonna do a wall combat? I'm like, if you do wall combat, you are gonna have to do it in a way that is just mind blowing, because everyone is gonna think about Web of Shadows. So you're gonna have to make Web of Shadows look like child play if you think about going that route.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how they would do that. That's the only thing.
Yeah, at this point, yeah. So right now, I give this game a solid 8.4. And I'm kind of being generous, to be honest with you.
What happened if you weren't being generous?
If I wasn't being generous, I'd probably give it a 7.2.
A 7.2? Now is that excluding the bugs and everything, or is that just strictly off of gameplay?
Oh no, that's added to the bugs as well.
Okay, added to the bugs. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I really felt bad for so many people, because from my experience, I never came across any game-breaking bugs. But I came across.
You didn't have the game crash on you or anything?
Of course, I had the game crash. I had the at some point when I did the hideouts for Kraven, NPCs would be stuck behind a wall and stuff like that, and I'll have to restart the checkpoint. But that was pretty much it. I never had any crazy game-breaking bugs. Lucky
I think a game-breaking bug would be the game crashing.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's what you want to count? Oh, okay. Oh, well, yeah.
I mean, there's something causing the game to crash.
I thought when you meant as in game-breaking bug, as in more how the game was glitching for you in cutscenes, so you're not getting that full experience of what is shown to you and stuff like that, or when the game froze on you when you were trying to do the L1 and the L1 X button for Miles in Mr. Negative's world inside of Peter. Yeah, I thought that's what you meant, but yeah. So yeah, the game of course had crashed on me. And it's crazy how so many of these reviewers had never brought it up. They're just saying that this game is a masterpiece, 10 out of 10, top the game. That's that.
Yeah, I think that's crazy, bro.
But yeah, but that's pretty. I think that's pretty much all I needed to talk about. But I appreciate you having this conversation with me.
No problem, my guy. I appreciate you calling in. Take care and stay safe. Yeah, that is pretty crazy. But from what I've heard, people got the first iteration didn't have any bugs. It was only when they updated the patch that bugs started to come out, which is I don't know how that works. I don't know how that works, Playboy, but whatever. 989, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
All right, how you feel about the gameplay, like combat-wise?
I think they made improvements on the combat. Could they go further?
All
Absolutely,
right.
100%.
I be seeing you judge the gameplay, but I feel like you don't be using the gameplay to like the full advantage. Like, you feel what I'm saying?
I'm
like, you know,
probably
like the little wall. You know, like the little wall from the E3 trailer. I mean, the PlayStation trailer. I've never seen you use that. I never seen you use the when you hold triangle. I never seen you use when you press R2 and L2 together. You slam them down. I never seen you use.
Yeah, I didn't use that.
All right, I never seen you use the swing kick. I mean, when you swing kick, you press triangle. It does like a little kick in the air.
Yeah, I use that all the time. I use that very much on the ultimate one.
Okay. Yeah, I ain't watch the ultimate series, but I don't think I never seen you. When you hold triangle, you press R1, and you throw the gun back. Have you used that before?
Yeah, absolutely. I have to use all that because there's so many people shooting at you.
Okay. I mean, that's really all I wanted because you be talking crazy about the gameplay, and that's, I don't know. Because I feel like you don't be using it to the full advantage. And I don't never see you, like, when you be swinging, I don't know, you be swinging slow as, like, you be swinging real slow. I don't know if that's...
What steer assist do you play on?
Well, I play on 10. That's just like, I don't know.
Okay,
I
yeah.
feel like people use 0.
It's a little different with 0 and 1.
Yeah, I feel like people just use that just to brag about it. Like, I play on 0. But I don't really care about that. Really, but the ending, I agree on the ending. The ending was trash. I feel like somebody should have died. Nobody died out of Peter's family or Miles' family. Nobody died. Like, there was no death. I don't understand that. You agree on that?
Yeah, I agree as well. I think by having Harry live, it completely undermines his whole arc.
I mean, it's not even just Harry. Just nobody died at all except for Peter's villains.
I mean, that's a lot of people died in addition to Kraven.
I mean, but nobody really died that you really care about, though. Nobody cares.
Bro, you don't care about the Shocker or any of the other villains? Rhino or anyone?
They're villains. They're villains. No,
bro, I wanted to fight them again, bro. Like, what?
But like somebody like that would hurt the story. Like that would make you be like, damn. Like nothing really happened. Like I feel like at the end, at the end, when Venom picked up MJ, I feel like he should have had made a blade out of his arm and just stuck it through her. She should have just got off right there. I was
man, that would have been amazing.
Just throwing her around.
But I don't think people would have been sad. That's the only thing.
I mean, that's the point of the game. You're supposed to have some type of.
Yeah, nobody's gonna be sad over MJ dying, bro. So that would be the wrong person to kill off.
I mean.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe you kill off Miles.
Kill off Miles. I think that's what. Or I feel like. I mean.
You got if you want to kill off somebody, you gotta kill off somebody, bro. Who you gonna kill off?
I mean, if you kill off somebody, it gotta be Peter, because you can't.
You gonna kill off
Spider-Man,
bro? You gonna kill off Spider-Man in his own title? That's wild.
I mean,
the man only has two. The man only has one game.
I mean, basically 2 now. But if they would have killed him, then we'd have had Sook, so we'd have had 2 Spider-Man again.
Wow, you're crazy. That's wild. People would have stormed the castle.
I mean, but it would just been it would have been crazy just to you know how he died in Spider-Verse, right? Everybody didn't think he was gonna die.
That version of him died in Spider-Verse, though.
Yeah, you're right. But yeah, I feel like somebody.
So how do you kill off Spider-Man? So what? So you kill off Venom kills him?
Yes, Venom should have off one of them niggas.
Okay,
My bad, I'm cutting.
Venom kills him, and then Miles takes him down.
Yeah, and then why does Venom not have a weakness to electricity or fire? I don't understand.
This is their Venom. For whatever reason, he has no weakness to fire.
Yeah, but I seen like the Ultimate, the Disney Ultimate show. He was affected by electricity too. But that's a small thing. But,
yeah, they do it. They did different.
Yeah, but how do you feel about Craven? Like this whole game?
I thought Craven was pointless.
Yeah, it was no reason.
But like, all we saw was his minions.
Yeah. I don't know why they saved his fight for Spider-Man until like he got the black suit. I feel like he should have been a part.
I agree. I don't disagree.
Yeah. They could have killed off Lizard too. I don't know why they didn't do that.
Could have killed off Lizard?
Yeah. I feel like they should have made Peter go to that breaking point where he was just like, I don't know, like just beating the crap out of him.
I don't have an issue with killing off Lizard, to be honest with you. The only thing is it wouldn't have done anything to the story. To me, that's what I'm thinking. I don't think it would have done anything because
that would have made Harry even more mad. Like, you killed off the only person that can help me with this. And then that would have made Harry just going like, he would have had way more things to disagree with.
Sure, but he wouldn't have been upset at Peter, or maybe he would have because he failed him. But I think that would have been more of Peter just sulking, like, "Oh, I failed you, Harry. I'm sorry."
Yeah, you're right. But yeah, that's all I really wanted to talk to you about, my guy. It's just, you know what I'm saying? You don't hear real quick.
I hear you. All right, my guy. I appreciate the call.
All right.
He's like, one of them gots to go. One of them gots to go, boy. He said, kill Peter. Bro, that's so crazy. People would have been livid. Killing Peter? Bro, what are we talking about killing Peter? That's crazy. 586, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Oh, man, the amazing Lucas himself. I feel like I'm talking to a celebrity.
This guy.
All right, man. So I actually have a kind of an incomplete perspective of the game. And what I mean by that is, like, I was unsure myself if I wanted to get a PS5 even to play it. So I actually ended up playing a lot of it through my cousin's house and actually just finishing the game through cutscenes on YouTube, kind of like a movie. So since it's kind of a movie-style game, I figured sometimes it's kind of fun to do that anyway. And yeah, spoilers didn't really bother me too much this time around, so I just gave it a go. But I do have some strong thoughts on it and like nitpicks that I don't know how. I mean, you'll have to tell me how valid they are since I didn't play the entire game myself, but I do know what happens and I got a feel for it. So, well, first thing. I was thinking, like, nitpick-wise, just a few things that, like, kind of bothered me, and I've seen some people comment about it online. Like, little things in gameplay, like the wind tunnels. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of getting tired of the UI and, like, the whole holographic theme filling up Spider-Man where, like, you got to go through these Superman 64-style rings. I think it would be something... These are some nitpicks I think Insomniac actually could do something about in, like, a future update. And I think like a simple option in the menu to turn off the rings would be cool because I feel like, you know, you don't need the visual cue of them. You can see the wind stream. And I think it's just cluttering an otherwise like beautiful and realistic city.
Okay, you mean like an accessibility option to turn off the HUD to that extent.
Exactly. Just turn off the rings so you can
just glide. But the thing is, how do you glide through it though?
So you know how without the rings you still see the streams? Have you ever noticed you can see like the white wind streams as like a visual cue?
You can faintly see the streams, but not enough to, I would think, to guide you as far as where to go.
I don't know though, because when you go through like the chimney plumes and stuff, and they look basically the same, and those don't have the rings, and we know where to go for those. You know what I mean? I feel like it's just like you said, like an accessibility feature. Like keep them if you want them, but I feel like it would be a little bit of a cool idea to be able to turn them off.
Sure, don't disagree.
Cool. And then another thing I've seen is a lot of people have complained about this, and myself included. The symbiote, you know, I mean, I'm assuming everybody knows there's spoilers in this conversation, but you know, when you get the anti-venom suit, and you have no option to change your symbiote color from white to black.
Lord in heaven, yes.
Like, I get narratively why the white symbiote has to be there. Like, I'm not saying it shouldn't be there, but give players an option in the menu or something just to have that you know, aesthetic satisfaction of having tendrils that match the suit you're wearing. So, you know what I'm saying? That's very irritating to me. But
I absolutely agree, 100%.
Not much of a disagreement call, I realize. I'm sorry.
No, good point. No, absolutely. It's nonsense.
Yeah. And then to go along with like a point, I don't know if you've made this point yet about like, I mean, there's so much of the story that I agree with you on, and I just feel like they dropped the ball. But one kind of nitpicky detail that bothers me is when the explanation they give for why Peter is able to get the symbiote back, it feels so lazy and just convenient of a it's like, oh, he just happened to have a little bit left inside him. Like, okay, but like how long was Harry in the suit? Like, shouldn't he have a little left inside him? I feel like he had it on longer than Peter did.
I agree.
You know?
I think maybe that's why they kept him alive, but I don't know what, maybe he turns into toxin or something. I don't know. But I feel like Harry's had his run. Like, they should just let Harry die. But 100%, I agree, because him having a little bit in him was from actually the comics.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's from Eddie Brock, because Eddie Brock has a little bit in him, which turns him into anti-venom.
To me, that still doesn't excuse the comic writers. I still feel like that's a lazy explanation. But that's just me personally. But you know, and then like well, I don't think they're gonna kill Harry off. I really don't, because if they were going to do that, I feel like they would have done it at the end. I feel like they did the whole cop out for a reason. He's probably going to come back in Spider-Man 3 for whatever reason. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, I hope not, because I don't want to see Harry anymore. So I just don't know what plot device they're going to use him for.
I liked him. I liked his character in the beginning. I did not care for the you know, Peter segments of walking around and such, but I liked the chemistry that Peter and Harry had. I feel like it could have been done right. I don't know what they could have done, but I feel like it could have worked. It just, you know what I mean? It just went off the rails. But, and then, this is like a very small, I actually wrote down a little list of things like so this is like, this is a very nitpick. This is just a very personal nitpick that's like, it's really not a big deal. But like, I hate when games lock off the ultimate difficulty behind where you have to do a playthrough first to unlock it. It's like, I want to jump right into the most challenging setting from the get-go. Because like, what if I don't like the game? What if I don't want to play a second time? You know, I hate that they do that. It's just not, I don't know. What do you think about that?
I don't disagree with you. Because I think it's somewhat of a cheap way to get someone to play the game again.
Yeah, exactly. Which to that, I actually I have a thought about, you know how you were saying about New Game Plus and like the time of day and weather systems, how they're not there on launch. Mm-hmm. It's, to me, I feel like that is an intentional decision because I wholeheartedly believe that they could have put it in launch. I don't think it was like a mistake. I think it was a way for them to keep Spider-Man in our minds, so that like a few months down the line when everybody's done playing it, it'll make them pick it back up again because that feature gets unlocked. You know what I mean?
Wait, which feature? Oh, the Night and Day?
Night and Day, even
New
Game Plus.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I don't think it was a mistake that they left it out, or that I don't think it was even like a lack of time. I just think it's a way to extend their brand, you know, keeping it in your head a little longer.
Really, you think so?
I do.
That's wild.
I see a lot of that. I see a lot of things that just feel like that to me, you know, and I don't know. I don't see why a new Game Plus would have been such a hard thing to integrate otherwise. Now, whether that's the Insomniac's decision or Sony Marvel's decision, you know, one could speculate, but I very rarely believe a word out of Insomniac's mouths with like certain things. I'm not trying to dog them as a studio. I think they're great, but they're human like the rest of us, and if the higher ups tell them, you know, you can't say shit about this one thing, then they can't say shit.
Yeah, or they have to come up with the excuse.
Yeah, exactly. And they hold on. I just don't like how passionately they hold on to the lie. It's like it makes me feel like these developers actually believe their own lie about like just even like the face model change for Peter and stuff. Like I just don't buy it whatsoever. I feel like I know the reason why they did it, and you know what I mean. Then you got like Yuri Lowenthal, who's, you know, swearing up and down, blame my face structure or whatever, and it's like. I'm like an amateur filmmaker, game developer myself, and I'm like, I know motion capture.
Yeah,
it's the whole point of it.
Exactly. So when that you have to understand how much that triggered me. People are like, you have to understand it's because of his face. I'm like, that defeats the purpose of motion capture. What are you talking about?
Exactly. Does Laura Bailey look like MJ? No. Why does Yuri Lowenthal have to look like Peter for the rig to work?
Yeah. Does what's his name look like Caesar from what was it?
Andy Serkis.
What's the movie called? I forgot.
Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, Planet of the Apes. Like, what are you guys talking about?
They have a woman playing the male orangutan in that movie. You know, the big orange one.
Mm-hmm.
And that worked just fine.
Yeah, it's weird how technology works.
But they bank on the majority of people not as you said, like they don't understand.
Yeah.
Majority of people don't understand motion capture, so they just take the lie and they believe it. It's not a big deal. Like, I mean, it is, but it's like whatever. But it's just annoying.
Yeah.
You know. And then I also, little nitpick here is about the game. I feel like the fights also could have been cut down by maybe like 3 minutes. So I mean, like the waves of enemies, I just felt like it was a little too much. I feel like it could have, like, especially from a person that's watching it on YouTube for half the game like me, it's like
they just come off as a bit spongy. Even I don't know how it is on like regular difficulty, but I know on the higher difficulties they were a bit spongy. Yeah.
That's what it seems like. I mean, I played it, but I've also watched it, and when it came to those segments, it's like, oh, I already know this is gonna take fucking 15 minutes to get through this wave of enemies, and
yeah, and it kind of undermines the combat, because like, okay, I'm doing all these moves and combos, but they're not dying, so it makes me feel underpowered.
Yeah. I mean, we don't even need to mention MJ's gun and all that. You've already.
Yeah, just give me MJ's gun, and I'd be solid, bro. One hit kills, bro. Absolute freaking nonsense.
Yeah, no, I'm not buying their explanations. It's just like I felt like I knew the formula at some point, you know, and it's just, I don't know. There's got to be ways to make Spider-Man more Spider-Man. Like you can add a new system or something. Like I actually, a little off topic, but I've heard in some of your videos you talked about your fan project you were making.
I'm hopefully I get a Kickstarter and get it going on. But yeah, that's what I'd like to do is a combat arena of of Spider-Man, of how I think he should play, and just community ideas and stuff like that.
Are you gonna put like a story to it at all?
I mean, it'll be a loose story of some kind.
Like a little lore or something.
Yeah, something shooky like that. But the faction would be the Goblin faction. But yeah, it'd be like little stages. You'd have a skill tree, so you would have some replayability there. I haven't decided whether you'd have like a final boss or something, because I feel like that would take, how I would want to do it would take forever. I don't see the funding, going that way. But
yeah, I mean, you gotta have the right developers if you have like a small team.
Yeah. And these mofos, they don't get paid by Hershey Kisses. So.
Right. I always felt like, I mean, I don't know how you're going to implement it, because you mentioned like a lot of web-based combat, which I love the idea of. But like, I always thought with a Spider-Man game, and I think it's severely lacking to me, probably nobody else gives a shit about this, but like in the old Spider-Man games, like even like the old Spider-Man 3 game back on PS2 or PS3 and Ultimate Spider-Man, the way that you could actually have the freedom to like tie webs to individual limbs of the enemies and like tie them to like lampposts and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that. I felt like I was in more control of the webs. Even to the point where I feel like a cool mechanic would be even being able to create a spider web, like shoot a web from wall to wall, maybe as like a trap for enemies or something like that. Like, just more freedom of webbing, not so much like preset things in like the finishers and stuff, but actually having like full control over what you do with the webs. It's kind of hard to explain.
I hear you, but the concept we're going with right now is a tether concept. So where you could tether, a web to someone's face, and that'll lead to one scenario, tether his legs, or tether his hand, and that'll lead to more of an AoE attack where, the person starts shooting in the air, which causes surrounding enemies to go down. I'm trying to think of other ways of how to expand that mechanic in combat, but also that it flows and doesn't feel clunky.
Right.
Because I don't want like a combat wheel thing where it slows down and stuff or I'm thinking that's probably what I'm gonna have because someone was mentioning Sifu, and I played Sifu, and I don't know if you played Sifu, but they have this thing where it slows down.
Game, is it?
Was it?
That's not the diving game, is it? Like scuba game?
No, it's the like martial arts game.
Oh, okay.
Whereas you die, you get older. But they have a mechanic where you can slow down time, and you can choose how to do like certain finishers, whether it's to the eye or to the leg and stuff like that.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I think that would work great in a Spider-Man game.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And I want to really focus on as far as having the environment be a part of Spider-Man, of having him utilize the environment and doing combos like, trash can bends and stuff like that.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, that sounds cool. Do you have like a time frame when you think it'll get developed by?
No, because I'm still working on the mechanics. That's the thing. I don't know if I really want to go all in on that one or have because I want something else besides that. But if because of the the pricing, we're not dealing with millions of dollars here, I think I may just have to focus on that and just make that as good as it can possibly be.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, like I always feel like the fans generally know the best, out of anybody when it comes to these kind of games. It's like, have you ever heard of the game Sly Cooper?
Yes.
So
it's a classic.
That's my number one series ever. And I was actually currently I'm on pause, but I was developing a fan game of that, like a fan sequel, and I was getting active feedback from the community, and it's so cool and just kind of odd how some of like the developers have missed certain features, you know what I mean? That like the fans will be like, why aren't you doing this? And it's like, I don't know. It's so obvious. Why wouldn't they have done this? And it's like, it's just frustrating when, these big developers miss such like gold opportunities for mechanics or story. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like they should have like a fan department in these studios that they talk to on the regular.
I 100% agree, 100%.
Yeah.
Because people who are passionate about the game, I mean, sometimes they'll give out, ideas that are just completely impossible to do, like in engine. But it's the fact that they don't know the limitations that makes their ideas so good. Because it's like, okay, can this be done? As opposed to someone who's a little more, veteran, where it's like, okay, I know this can't be done. We're not going to try that because that'll take forever to implement,
Right. But like, there's this is kind of I feel like I'm taking a lot of your time. I'm sorry. I'm just very excited.
You're good.
very, very passionate about this stuff. But like the whole thing, and I'm sure it's been covered on your channel and stuff before, but the choice to make the symbiotes, the powers independent from the suit you're wearing, really, it kills it for me. That's another reason I looked into spoilers before I got the game, is because I wanted to see if they were going to do it the way I wanted them to do it. And it was like, the fact that the symbiote suit is nothing more than an alternate skin is, I feel like, just a terrible choice. When games like Web of Shadows or even Spider-Man 3 on the PS2 had that mechanic where you could activate the symbiote. And particularly, Spider-Man 3 had a really cool mechanic where the more you wore the suit, the harder it was to take off. Like, you'd have to mash the button to get it off because it was starting to take control. That was cool. That, I feel like they really dropped the ball there. And like you said, that robs the symbiote of any sort of identity with like animations, swinging moves. I'm not happy at all with that. This really bothered me too. For the very limited amount of symbiote alternate costumes we got in the game, you would think that they would put those at the forefront on the suit menu, so that as soon as you unlock that black suit, you should be able to start wearing like the alternate outfits for it, like the classic or the Raimi black suit. And correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you wait till almost like the end of the symbiote's narrative life cycle before you even unlock those?
Yeah.
They
take your sweet time to unlock them.
Right. This was their one shot. This is the game that they had the opportunity to include as many symbiote variants as they wanted to. I just don't understand why they didn't. I don't know.
Maybe we'll get them in DLCs.
I'm sure we will, but it bothers me that it's not in the story. And I guess this is I'll end the conversation with an actual disagreement, just a very small one. Don't worry, no enemies here. But so one thing I caught in your review, which by the way, I love your reviews. It's just like they're very real. I just appreciate how real they are. The funniest, I don't remember if this was in your review, one of the funniest fucking things to me was when you said these YouTubers you're like these YouTubers that just love everything Insomniac hands them, and you see their thumbnails and they're like like every fucking, it's like, they added a patch where Spider-Man's boot now fucking is like the right size, like he's wearing a size 9 instead of a size 10 or something, and they'll have that fucking thumbnail picture where they're like,
Yeah, it's wild, bro.
And I know exactly who you're talking about too. Like, I'm not even gonna name names because I that's not right. But like, I know what you're saying. Anyway, yeah, I just love how real your shit is. But anyway, your the review, you mentioned something about the web wings, right? And how you're like, people have said like, yeah, if you don't like them, just don't use them. Mm-hmm. And you're like, that's valid, right? Like. If you don't, or what did you say? You said, no, you said, how can I not use them? Like it's so like beneficial to the gameplay. It's like, I'm not just not going to use them. They're there. Unless you really choose to not use them, which is a challenge. One thing though, that I caught that you said too about the stealth with the web lines, you said, you kind of said something that somewhat contradicted that. So I kind of wanted to get your take on it. Because you were saying the same thing about the web lines. You're like, if you don't like them, don't use them. That's as simple as that. But then you kind of said the opposite about the swinging. You're like, if the web wings, you have to use them. You know what I mean? So it's like, why is that different?
Because I don't think you have to use the stealth lines in the game. I don't think there's anything that forces you to use them.
True. Do you have to use the web wings that often? I mean, aside from certain story beats?
No, you don't have to use them at all.
That's kind of, I mean, that's kind of what I mean. That's all. It's like, I was curious about, like, why would one be, you know, you have to use it, and the other one's like, oh, you don't have to use it if you don't like it.
Well, I'm trying to think. No, I think that's fair because I don't know. I'm not a big stealth person, so when it came to the stealth lines, does it actually break stealth that bad?
I mean, if you use them, yeah.
Because I've seen like if like 3 people, you know, in a group or 2 people in a group, and it's like even still with that, you're gonna have to you know, use your web balls to distract them or whatnot. So I don't feel like it completely breaks, you know, the stealth because you're still gonna have to separate them.
It. Right. It just oversimplifies it, in my opinion. But yeah, I mean,
oversimplifies it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah. I think as far as the web wings, like it completely breaks traversal.
Okay.
Especially with the web tunnel and the fact they have little, you know, air currents that can extend you using the web wings. Like, I feel like it completely breaks web swinging.
Yeah, they overshadow the
like completely overshadow. Yeah, whereas like with the stealth lines, I feel like it may make it easier, but there's still some work you have to do.
Yeah. It's probably a skill level thing too with the web wings, because I mean some gameplay I've seen, people really struggle to gain momentum with those web wings aside from the tunnels, and they do have like a nice flow state of going in the web swing and out of it to use the web wings. I think it depends on the skill level, but like if you are a halfway decent player, I completely get what you mean. But yeah, that's the gist of what I got, man. I appreciate you having me on.
All right, no problem, man. I appreciate you calling. Take care and stay safe.
All right, enjoy.
Yeah, I think web wings completely break traversal completely. Like point A to point B. God dang. With the air tunnels and stuff like you're zooming across the map. As opposed to you know, web swinging. I mean, don't get me, web swinging is cool, but come on now, you using the web wings. 813, you're on the line. What's a disagreement? Tell me why.
Yo, Lucas, it's Agro. I have a disagreement with what you said about Tony Todd being Venom. You said that he didn't have that many lines.
Being underused, yeah.
How much more do you think he could have been used? Because I feel like he had.
The reason I feel he's underused because there wasn't enough Venom to begin with.
Okay, I feel you. But like for the amount of time he was on screen, do you feel like it matched at least?
Match what?
Like his screen time. Do you feel like the amount of lines he had matched?
I mean, the quality of talent you have, no. I think they should have been abusing him in the studio booth.
Okay.
Like they should just have him been saying just stupid shit just because. Like have him say Oreos and I don't know, random shit. I'm just saying, like it seems like he was in there for like a day and was like, all right, where's my check? Take care, stay safe. Like I wanted with the, you know, later on in the game, I would wanted him maybe some humor there as well, possibly. Just something. Because I think his voice is so solid as Venom. Like I didn't want to hear it. I just wanted to hear Venom. And a lot of the Venom scenes, he's not talking. You know, he's just going rah and roaring and stuff like that. I mean, he looks cool, but like, yo, you got Tony Todd. Let's use him.
Right. Another thing. So, do you like the flashback gameplay or not?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, my guy.
All right, would you have rather like say if they had gameplay of him being like a younger Spider-Man instead of just Peter Parker?
That's what I thought they were going for. At first, to be honest with you, I thought we were gonna play as a younger Spider-Man, especially when the comic came. He was like, "Oh, I remember this." That's what I thought they were gonna give us. Oh, this is how I got that comic, or this is the day that happened. But no, I don't.
That was pretty underwhelming.
Bicycle going into because the whole thing was supposed to build up, your relationship with Harry, and I don't think they succeeded on that front. I think what built up my relationship with Harry from a player's perspective was him being anti-Venom and him helping me out with missions and stuff like that. Like me with the Tombstone mission, that was probably the most fun I had with Harry.
Yeah, true. But yeah, and the game you have going. So I'm working on the models right now, actually.
On the what?
On the models for the.
Okay, yeah. I saw the message. Yeah.
Yeah. And I got high hopes for this. I'm not sure how or when you're gonna start the not GoFundMe, but what is it called?
The Kickstarter.
Kickstarter. Yeah.
Well, I'm just fleshing out the ideas because I talk a bunch of shit, so can't put out shit. So I really want that to work. Oh man, that would suck balls. Like, yo, this sucks.
Yeah. I mean, at least you can use it for something whenever it's finished.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that'd be the goal, just to see, okay, how do we actually make this work?
Yeah, for sure. But all right, man, that's it. That's all I got.
All right, bro. Well, I appreciate the call.
All right, no problem.
Later.
Okay.
If y'all don't know who that was the fucking GOAT, bro. Oh, shit. That was the GOAT. Agrofro. I believe that's the moniker on Nexus Mods. Bro, he's the dude that does all the freaking insane mods of Spider-Man. Any of the mods that you played with Spider-Man, he's responsible for them. So I hit him up with the quickness. I was like, brother man, we got to have you working on some character models for the demo. So, yeah, bro, I'm really excited. He does fucking amazing work. Amazing work. Gotta support black business, bro. Given our extinction is a few years out, we gotta support. But yeah, he does crazy work, bro. So I'm super excited. Super excited. So, yeah. I'm excited on that. I got a lot of animators. You already know, bro. I got some killer animators, bro. The only thing is, it's just difficult, bro. Because when it comes to creativity, it was like, okay, there has to be like a vision board. I hate to say it, but there has to be some type of vision board. It's like, okay, what are you going for in terms of combat? I'm looking at anime fights and stuff like that because I want this shit to be crazy stylized. I want this shit to be like insane. Like, when you have fights in anime where somebody a whole freaking planet explodes, it's like, finally the fight's beginning. I want some shit like that, but obviously not toning it way down for Spider-Man. But I want dynamic camera angles. I want all that, but I also want the ability for someone to turn it off. Because if they're like, yo, I don't like this. It's like, okay, fine. If you don't like the angle, you can turn off the combat angles and stuff like that. And I think they had a mod like that in Spider-Man, where how they have the finishers and they do the angles and stuff like that. Honestly, the finishers in the Spider-Man 2, I think aside from maybe 2 finishers or whatnot, they're not as good as the ones in Spider-Man 1. Just saying. The finishers, I was expecting like some dope-ass finishers. Especially for fucking Venom. Not Venom, the symbiote. And then when I saw the finishers of him just going, bam, bam, Like, bro, break some fucking legs, bro. I know you can't break backs, but you can break some legs, bro. You can break some arms, right? Like, bam, pff, or pff, and then something. I wanted some brutalities. Not brutalities, but close to it. You know, in what was it? Mortal Kombat versus DC? You know how the DC players couldn't kill, so they did like little mini brutalities and stuff like that. That's what I was looking for. And when I saw him doing this, bam, 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 I'm like, what? This could have been, a finisher for Spider-Man. Not freaking symbiote Spider-Man. He's supposed to be brutal. When he picked up that truck, right, and about to smash this dude's head in for not telling him where they are, I was like, yo, now it's about to get good. And then the next thing we know, we lose the suit. I was like, ah! We finally get freaking aggro where he's picking up a truck, right? Because remember when he picks up the truck? I don't know if you guys saw the 90s with Rhino, and Rhino's like, I give up. He's like, too bad, or some shit like that. He's about to smash the Rhino. I wanted that just, oh, damn. Because I still remember when Venom picks up the dude and snaps his back. I'm like, oh, damn. Although I still don't think that was justified. Because I'm like, what the fuck is Harry angry about, bro? Why are you taking it out on all of them? But nevertheless, let's continue. 760, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Oh, yeah. Hey, yo. Hey, Lucas, I've been watching you for a while, man.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I have been watching you for a while. So I got some things I gotta say.
Oh boy.
All right, so first, I made a little list. All right, so we got the story. A little list, hey, the good, bad, and the ugly, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So we got the Venom storyline, all right? So you're talking to a guy who, I haven't played all the Spider-Man games. I've played Spider-Man 2 when I was young. I played Ultimate Spider-Man. Those were my first two games. Years later, I get Amazing Spider-Man 2, and I returned at the GameStop in like 5 minutes. I was like, something just feels off. So for me, this is almost like my second Venom game outside of Ultimate Spider-Man. And I'm just like, I thought they did a pretty solid job. You saying, hey, it's another Web of Shadows. What if you haven't played a Web of Shadows?
Sir, oh my, then you don't get to have an opinion. That's how that works.
Oh, okay.
You get silenced. Okay. You get silenced. Censorship. That's what happens, bro.
Okay. Hey. Lucas won.
That's crazy. What do you mean you haven't played Web of Shadows? That's why. If this is your first Spider-Man game or anywhere remotely, then yes, this is God tier for you.
All right. But that's my point. I'm like, so I can't be the only one who has never played Web of Shadows.
Who are these people who haven't played these games? I just don't understand. Like, what were you doing?
Man. Hey, look. That year, my parents got me a Wii for Christmas, and there was no way I was playing Spider-Man.
Stop it, bro.
Goddamn Wii.
Are you what? Why? They had Web of Shadows for the Wii too.
Hey, look, that Wii didn't get touched. All right, it was a bad couple of years.
What? You didn't like the Wii?
I wasn't a fan of the Wii.
Oh my God, that's wild. Okay.
All right. And then the character building missions, I'm gonna disagree with you on that.
Stop it, bro. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
I have to.
No,
I have to.
No, you're not. What character building missions? What are you referring to? Maybe we're talking about two different things.
Sometimes you want to ride a bike.
Maybe stop it, bro. Okay, you trolling now. Now you trolling. Sometimes you want to ride a bike.
To the school, and you want to go find the locker. You want to avoid the security guards. I'm just saying. Sometimes you got to do that.
Bro, stop trolling.
All right, so I'm gonna say that. So then also the Spider-Man animations. Look, I'm thinking about just making a quick YouTube page because I feel like a lot of people are not appreciating these games the way they're supposed to. Because I feel like I'm watching a lot of these videos, and even sorry to say, even some of your gameplay, I'm like, I don't think he knows the move. I don't think y'all. There's certain animations that you can unlock in this game that have been here since Spider-Man PS4, and I sent it to you. I sent it to this number. I sent it to your email. that I just recorded off of my phone. Because I remember you saying Peter Parker doesn't
What's certain
have
animations?
So you got animations where X or A, well, no A because it's not Xbox, but X comes into play. So the pendulum that you're swinging on, right? I feel like you're releasing way too high. A lot of times you're releasing so high. You need a release right in the middle, right before he starts going up. You need to go a little faster. Go a little faster. You need a freaking R2. Yeah, right there.
What am I
going too high?
Yeah, but what am I missing? I get that there are animations that are at these levels.
You need to hold on to R2, and you need to keep tapping X. Boom.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. And keep doing that. You're gonna get Spider-Man's classic animation, his classic like cartoon swinging.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the tricks.
Yeah, he gets tricks. You got to learn that part.
No, what I mean by tricks, I mean the actual tricks where you're holding square.
Yeah. Okay, I get that. But I noticed in this game, they added a lot of the tricks to the way you're swinging. So, yeah, you're going to get those tricks. But a lot of the tricks come from how you're swinging in this game. And every time you swing high like that, you gotta bring it back down. Because that's where you're going to get the momentum. That's where you're going to get a lot of his tricks. And so, hey, I sent you an email, and it's labeled Spider-Man Animations, and you'll see it. I'm actually going to post a video tomorrow, probably tag you in it or something.
Okay.
Because that shit, this shit goes crazy. I'm going to tag I downloaded every single Spider-Man again. I'm going to show people what they're missing out on. But yeah, that's. Ooh, look at some of them animations. Ooh. All right, so back to the list. All right, so I agree. Transforming into the black suit, because I gotta say, you brought up a lot of good points, man. You brought up a lot of good points that I hadn't even thought about, and I was just like, hey, you know what? He's right. Put him on the team. Hire this man, Insomniac. He could be in the idea. He could be at the circle table giving the ideas, man. Because you brought up some good points. Transforming into the black suit, like you should be able to do that. And it should have a different move set. Absolutely right. The perfect dodge. I didn't even notice that till you said it. I was like, what? That's why these fights are taking so long. I'm dodging these guys, and I don't have that triangle pop up for me to automatically freaking one tap them, kill them. They missed the opportunity on that one. I feel like also you were talking about the arms thing. I do feel like instead of the arms, I've envisioned like, yeah, we didn't really need the arms. Maybe you could have gave us like the move set of maybe like a Capcom versus Marvel type Spider-Man. Remember those old moves where he used to actually do stuff with his webs, turn them into like hammers and whatnot?
Yeah, did you like that?
I mean,
I thought that was always like crazy cartoony.
It's an idea that you can work on. There's other games that have used his webs as like other things, and I feel like they could have used that idea. I didn't need the arms. I'm just gonna be honest. When those arms pop out of some of these suits, it throws me off.
Yeah, I didn't get that either. And apparently they explained it in the beginning. I didn't hear it, but apparently they do.
I didn't hear it either. And I didn't really need the arms. You could have just, I don't, that should have been optional. I just feel like.
Yeah, I agree. But I guess he would feel underpowered given that Miles has his electricity in the beginning.
Yeah. But I feel like Peter, they should have used that experience, because I do feel like they kind of downplayed him in this game. I feel like when you're watching Civil War, right? Captain America Civil War, and you got Scarlet Witch, and she's just saving everybody. That's how I feel like they made Miles in this game. He was like Captain Save-A-Ho, man. Like Miles was saving everybody, and I didn't mind, but I wish they could have made Peter a little bit more OP and shown why he's the GOAT.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
We got Mary Jane. Man, real quick. Man, I was replaying the game earlier. And what is that, a glitch?
Yes.
Stuck in the car?
Yep.
Crazy. I got glitched one time where it spawned me into a wall. Like, it was ridiculous. And I got it, like, I got tackled, and instead of just tackling me to the ground, it tackled me inside the building, and there was no way for me to get out of it.
Damn.
And I was sitting there inside the building. Mary Jane, I don't even care about the face. I'm pretty upset about that ass. Like, if you go look at the
Bro,
mission,
she has a body like a
if y'all
stick
go look at
figure.
the mission, that's what I'm saying. If you go look at that mission where she's at Peter's house for the first time and she gets off the bike, and right as she's walking up the stairs, she's just looking like an old lady walking up those stairs. And the ass, I literally paused it, went into photo mode. I was just like, hey yo.
Bro.
This can't happen, bro. And I kind of feel like we know why, but hey, we're gonna leave it at that.
It is what
you
it
need
is.
to turn it back to the other Mary Jane, the old Mary Jane, because y'all switched her.
Bro, the funniest thing on Twitter was someone was like, I'm not fighting Venom for this.
Oh yeah. My man works all day, fights all the bad guys, and comes home to goddamn fucking God. I don't even want to talk about it, man. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. We all know what you did. We know what you did, Insomniac. Like, we don't got to get rid of Mary Jane. Mary Jane has always been beautiful. You don't got to change that. All right, what should be added? I got.
Oh, the
more,
fact that you can't tone down the symbiote. Once you get into rage mode, you can't turn it off.
What do you mean?
Once you enter rage mode, you can't turn it off. It drains everything you have in the bar.
Oh yeah. Whoa. See, I hadn't thought of it. See, Lucas, this is what I'm saying, bro. They need to hire you, bro. I thought about it, and
bro, this is what they did with God of War, right? God of War at least allows you to turn it off. I'm like, yo, this is where you got the concept.
See, I feel like this game has turned me into Kenpachi Zaraki, man, where I freaking put this stuff in the back of my mind because I just ignore it because then the fun's gonna be over. You know, you can't be too strong for the game or else it's gonna be over. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I tried to turn that off a couple times. I'm like, let me save this, because it takes forever.
Yeah, especially at higher difficulty. It's like, yo, you draining all my freaking rage, and there's no more enemies on screen.
Yeah, the best thing I've noticed is using your web shooters, like actually trying to web them up, gets a lot of it back. It goes just as fast. So I usually did a combination where I would hold square, throw them in the air, keep pressing R1, and then start hitting them. And I feel like that's how you got it the fastest, using how many people were there. I would hold X, hold square, put them in the air, fucking R1 their ass, and then go attack them. But yeah, there's a lot of small things where I feel like they need to. I feel like they got complacent just a tiny bit. I'm not complaining because I still love the game. The gameplay itself is good. There's a couple things they can fix, but I definitely feel like they got a little complacent, just a tiny bit. They need to get back to that year one. Can we do this? And keep adding more.
Yeah, I mean, given the fact that it was during COVID, I'm like, maybe that's what was the problem.
What, making this game?
Yeah.
Wouldn't they have given them more time? I'm just like, they can take the homework home, can't they?
Well, that's what they did. They were working through Zoom meetings and stuff like that.
Okay. Hey. Keep it going. All right. There's certain things that I feel like they need to. Oh, my biggest. I didn't even write this down on the notes, but I was pretty upset. This is my biggest gripe with Insomniac right here. You gave us Venom, right? We get down to freaking whatever that place is called in the middle of New York. I can't even think about it. I'm living right now. I can't even think about it. And I go and there's a wall. I'm like, bro, if you didn't learn anything from Ultimate Spider-Man, right? Why wouldn't you let us fucking free roam with this guy? Why are you holding it out? I don't want to, come on. You could have made another game. Bro, I'm like, why can't we free roam with this guy? I was thinking, all right, they're going to make this jump even higher. We about to get some Hulk jumps out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we about to terrorize. And because my one problem with the Ultimate Spider-Man Venom was that you couldn't web swing. You had the tendrils, but I was like, this is their chance to give us that Ultimate Spider-Man plus the web swinging on top of that. It didn't have to be so fancy, but we all wanted to swing around with Venom and also have the tentacles. I feel like that's where Ultimate Spider-Man went wrong. They didn't give us the web swinging. It was pretty hard to play a little bit. We had the jumping, and if the Insomniac would have just copied and pasted that with web swinging with these graphics, we would have had something special.
Don't disagree.
Like they bullshitted on me. They bullshitted. Because you might as well kept this inside, because they got my hopes up. Let me fight Kraven inside, so I don't even think about free roaming. But they messed up. They teased me and then ripped it away.
Well, they're saying that they may do another game with just Venom himself. I don't know how that would work, but okay.
But, like you missed your opportunity with this game. This game right here. And I'm upset at you for doing that. You don't bring me down in the middle of New York and make me feel like it's about to be what is freaking Nick? I can't even think. I'm living right now thinking about that again. I ignored it. I had ignored it. And now I'm mad again. I'm like, why wouldn't you just give us the free roam? Even if it was like only a certain couple blocks. I should have been able to climb on some buildings. I should have been able to... Where's the animation where he freaking eats people to gain energy? You should have gave me a little bit of that. Something.
What, bites people's head off?
That was a cool animation. Yeah, that was a cool idea too. I'm kind of glad they didn't add it where you got to eat people, but that would have been a cool.
But here's the thing: isn't that just Ultimate Spider-Man again?
It is Ultimate Spider-Man.
But that's what I was saying. Do you want to play that again?
I just wanted the animation. Like, as like the finishers, you could have gave us more finishers, and that just could have been one of the finishers. Us like swallowing somebody and spitting it out, just for nostalgic purposes.
I get you.
Nostalgic purposes.
Yeah.
And then, I got two things which should be added. First off, where is my Ultimate Spider-Man suit? I'm not even gonna lie. I was a big fan of Ultimate Spider-Man. Where is my Ultimate Spider-Man suit? Like, you added so many suits from the last game. Like, I'm just like, would y'all run out of ideas? Like, give us the classics. Ultimate Spider-Man. Where's my suit? Where the hell's my suit, Insomniac? That's like.
Well, I'm sure we'll probably get some other suits later on. I'm just curious when they're going to announce them.
And then the animation. I'm just like, there's one web swinging animation that I'm just like, bro, why didn't you add it? And I'm hoping start talking to these guys, because apparently they listen to you. The animation we need is the animation where you're swinging, you can hold on to the web, not the loop-de-loop, you can hold on to the web, and you can still, like even Spider-Man 2 had it, where you can run on the ground and still be attached to the web. I was where I attach to a building, run on the opposite wall, and still am holding on to that web so I can jump off and still web swing. Even if they had watched, and they did watch it, because they got all the suits from it, they watched freaking Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, the freaking What's Up Danger swing. The one swing where he holds onto the web, walks on the ground, and then still swings. Like, where is my swing at? I'm like, that's the one animation they could have added.
That's fair. Because
I feel like that would open it up.
I think the way they went about it was that, hey, instead of doing that, we're just going to make it so you if you hit the cars, you just stop swinging.
Yeah, that's stupid, because what's the point of putting it on Zero if we can't fully flesh out Zero?
Yeah, I think it seems more of a punishment than anything. That's what it feels like when swinging, and then you just stop. Whereas with Spider-Man 2, it was like, okay, we're not going to stop the momentum, but next time, aim higher.
I guess. I mean, I got my shit on 2, just to make sure, because on 1, I noticed I still bump into those freaking other trucks, the freaking box trucks.
Yeah, that's so irritating.
I'm just like, yeah, so I just leave it on 2. 2 is great.
Fair enough.
I'm glad they added those suits. Those suits are pretty awesome.
There's no way they would have a freaking symbiote game without that classic symbiote suits. That would be blasphemy.
I'm glad. I'm glad about that. They at least gave me that. But goddamn, you didn't let me free roam with Venom, so I'm kind of 50-50.
Would you rather
man,
free
hey.
Roman Venom or get a DLC of him or a game of him?
But what's the story though? You know
I
what I'm
don't.
saying? Like,
That's what I don't know, because given how they ended this story, I don't know how they're gonna give us a story with Venom, unless this is the period.
like, I don't want to see Harry anymore.
Oh man, you
I
and me
don't want
both.
to see Harry anymore. I'm good. I want to see Eddie Brock now. Like you gave him his shine. Give me Eddie Brock. Maybe start it up where maybe he was one of the motherfuckers turned into one of those grunt freaking symbiotes, and maybe
Ooh,
I don't know, and
that's an
he
idea.
still got a little bit in him. He still got a little bit in him, like Peter does or everybody does. And guess what? Just freaking a little bit of the symbiote is still alive, just like freaking Carnage dude just did it. It's still a little bit, and he gets.
Yeah, that's why I don't understand. They they stuck to canon when it came to Cletus Cassidy, but then did something different when it came to Venom. I'm just like, because what I thought they were gonna do, they were gonna make Venom Eddie Brock, not Venom, Carnage Eddie Brock or something.
Nah, we don't want that. We want Eddie Brock as Venom. So there's still clearly symbiote out there, right? And just Venom just survives. Venom's back. It is what a Venom's back, and then
Venom's back with a different host, because it looked like he definitely got destroyed in the game.
It did. But you know how movie magic. Da 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 da. Hey, a little bit of him still.
A little
still
bit,
there,
survived somehow.
Yeah,
where he was
tiny bit.
He was using a rat as a host or something, survive or something.
Or
a spider. He was using a spider as a host. And then the spider bites Eddie Brock.
Or because Peter still has just that little bit in him. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Somehow. But give us Eddie Brock. And I feel like it wouldn't be a bad idea to have him be one of those fucking grunt symbiotes. So he has at least a little bit in him that Peter ripped. Go to a flashback of Peter ripping him out of one of those freaking regular symbiotes, and that's how he has it in him somehow. Blah 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 blah, and then he becomes Venom, and then we're good. And then we got our web swinging. We got our. Like if they give me web swinging without my 10,000 foot jump, I'm unhappy. If they give me my 10,000
Wait, you want a
10,000
foot? You want both?
I want both. Give me both.
How would that make any sense?
It's going to be the same mechanic as Spider-Man has now. Like he does his how when you hold jump, when Spider-Man's running, he can jump super high?
Mm-hmm.
Do the same thing with Venom.
But he's not traversing with his jump, though.
Give them both.
Okay.
We don't want Venom to play like we need Venom to be OP. I want that jump, and then if I don't feel like jumping, I want to web swing a little bit. And if I don't feel like web swinging, I'm gonna jump like the Hulk. I'm being greedy with it. I want everything.
Fair enough, my guy.
Like, how fun would that be? Because that's what he does in the shows. He can web swing. He can jump pretty fucking high.
Yeah, I definitely think that would be cool to see as far as Venom web swing. Yeah. That's something we haven't had in a game before.
Just like in the trailer that didn't even exist in the game.
That hurt my soul, bruh. Because I definitely thought we were going to be in the street fighting Venom.
Yeah, nah. I was waiting for it, and it just kind of stayed nighttime, and Venom disappeared. And it was just that was my one disappointment, because in the back of my mind, I was like, where is that scene? How is that going to play out? And it never played out. They freaking Avengers Infinity War me. You know, hey, when you saw Hulk in the trailer and you were like, oh, this shit's about to go down, and he never showed up. They Avenged me.
Hey, don't disagree.
But anyway, Lucas, hey, look, man, hey, you'll know. I'm probably tag you in the video. I'm gonna make a whole.
Please do. Let me know.
I will let you know. Hey, do you respond to that email that you got on this this thing because I already sent you that, but I'm gonna put it up and I'm gonna tag you. It's probably gonna be like how Insomniac intended you to swing.
Okay.
And then something.
Those videos are always fun.
Yeah, because I feel like a lot of people are not tracking. But anyway, Lucas, I appreciate everything you do. I've been watching for years. Keep up the good work, man, because you got to keep thinking like that. Somebody needs to hire you just for the ideas. It's
there
crazy.
we go. Or I hire
It's crazy.
myself.
But I know somebody else is itching for this call. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm gonna let y'all freaking scramble and try to dial in like I did. I called like 100 times.
Fair enough, my guy. I appreciate the call.
All right, man. Hey, you have a good night.
You as well, man.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
Good stuff, man. Oh, dang. What do we got? 803, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Damn, what's up?
What's good?
That guy with the Wii killed me, bro. I got young dudes who work for me. I have no idea what a Wii is. I swear to God, bro.
What?
I swear to God. I'll ask them if they've ever played a Wii.
Wild.
They have no idea what Wii Sports is, Wii Bowling, nothing.
Holy moly.
But check it. First of all, the W fucking video. That good, bad, and ugly video. It's like, I'm halfway through a nitpick, but I saw you're live and thought I'd jump on. And much respect to you for all your disagreement calls and shit. I don't see nobody else on YouTube doing this shit, bro.
Appreciate it.
I'm trying to take up too much of your time, but I got some fucking issues with this game, bro. Even though I think it's the best Spider-Man game.
What are the
It's
issues?
the best Spider-Man game we've gotten, but I like narratively, bro. Like the script was
Bro.
like this script is boo boo. Like I don't know what they were thinking. Like at the end when Norman's talking to Otto and he's like, "Oh, they took my son." And he was like, "Oh, good, you deserve it." And Norman's like, "So anyway, what you writing, bro?"
That
What?
was so random, bro. That was so awkward. I was like, "Wait, what, Norman? You're not gonna respond to any of that?" Okay.
And then like when fucking Craven and Peter fighting, and then Miles is up in the cage just like dying, and then Pete's about to kill Craven, and Miles was like, "Oh yeah, by the way, I'm here." It's like, what the fuck?
How did
Where'd
he
you come from?
escape? Did they ever show that?
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? How did you get here? And I was looking for it because I had to replay that thing because my fucking game crashed. So I was like, all right, I'll look for it this time. And I was like, nope, he just fucking shows up. That's cool. Anyway, all right.
Interesting.
I felt like Genki was gonna break him out or some shit, but no, he just shows up. Then like they got the Avengers Tower and they got the Fantastic Four building now at the Wilson Fisk building. These dudes don't show up for a fucking plague. They don't show up for a symbiote invasion. Where the fuck are they at? Like, what are these dudes gonna show up for? They're like the worst team, worst Avengers team in the entire fucking world. Like, where are these dudes at? But I guess the only thing, since this is a disagreement call, I gotta disagree on something, even though your video is pretty much nail on the head. But I want to like the walking segment so bad. Like, they want to be the Naughty Dog walking simulator Last of Us thing so bad and build a net narrative with your characters, but they can't do it because it's a Spider-Man game. But I don't want them to get rid of it. But I also don't want to keep walking around with fucking Harry, checking out bees and shooting hornets and shit. But
what do you mean you don't want them to get rid of it? What?
I want them to try something because that's how you build like a relationship with the characters. Like,
don't you think they built a better relationship when with Agent Venom? When you guys are joking about when you guys are like doing combat and stuff like that?
No, yeah, I like that. When it's like I always think about like The Last of Us when it's like optional dialogue, like you see Ellie just standing there and it's like, oh, you can hit this and you can talk to him. Something like that. But not like you're following him around. Like I guess like a middle in between, but I don't want it to be a cutscene and I don't want to just follow him around. And I definitely don't want those bikes to ever come back. That shit is so janky. I got stuck like 5 different times. I don't know what they were doing. And the fact you can bike around in the open world is crazy to me.
Yeah, I don't know what they were smoking with that one.
And then I think you said that you like swinging on option 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How come you like option 1 more than option 0?
Because I can't get low enough in option 0.
Okay. Really? When option 0, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, before I started the game the first time, I went to the settings. I was like, I'm gonna look for the swing settings, and I went to 0, and I was sucking ass, and I was hitting the ground every single time. Like, I was getting low. So.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean,
Okay.
I'm because there's like the webs are crazy bendy or elastic. It's hard to consistently, go low to the ground because you're constantly going to hit it because it's gonna, bend. It's gonna bend. And I think with 1, that bend is compensated for.
Okay, you mean it gives you a little bit of wiggle room, but you're also not floating above the pavement?
Exactly, yeah. Where, like, if you hit a truck, you're gonna run into it. Like, it's gonna stop you.
No, yeah, the amount of times I was chasing, like, I forgot which chase mission it was, but I'm, like, chasing somebody, and then, like, I think it was Black Cat when she got the random-ass Doctor Strange scroll or staff, and I kept hitting the fucking truck or something. And I totally get that.
Yeah, the reason why in Spider-Man 2 it works because there is no bend to the web. It's the same web length. There's no taut to it.
Yeah, no, it's pretty static. Yeah, that's totally right. But also to like your guys' chat, there's one comment I saw while you guys were talking. Something like Kraven should have been this game's version of Taskmaster, because that one big complaint you had that fucking hit it perfectly was Kraven didn't hunt anything. He was just like sending all his minions after you, and then they're like, I forgot what they said specifically, but it was like he should have popped up around the city at moments in time, kind of like the Man-Bat from Arkham, and just like test you throughout the game.
Yeah. Thing is, how do you do that without people saying you ripped off the Man-Bat? Because I think they definitely should have had events where it wasn't so scripted, and not necessarily scripted, but it wasn't. Here's a marker for this event. I think it should have been a little more organic to the gameplay.
I think that's exactly it. I think that's a good point. Yeah, I think they're toting that line because everyone's comparing it to like when the first Spider-Man game came out. It was like, oh, the combat's exactly like Arkham. So I guess them not wanting to copy every single thing they do and get more scrutinization from them totally makes sense. Even though like the whole dodge and mechanic and fighting thing did come from Spider-Man games first, but Arkham did pretty good with that.
Yeah, I noticed that. I don't think people would have an issue about it as long as you do it better, right? You do it way better than what's originally done, then people are gonna be like, well, you're the new hotness.
Right. No, absolutely. Like, this will be like, I'm pretty sure this will be the standard for web swinging going on like from here, especially with the customization. I think the modularity with what you can do if you want to have your handheld or if you want to do it yourself is...
Yeah, the accessibility is awesome. But, all it takes is Beanox to get their hands on it and screw that up.
Oh my God. They'll do the over-the-shoulder camera shit again from the first Amazing Spider-Man game.
Bro, that's crazy. Going from Spider-Man 2 to Beanox, what they did with TASM. That's insane. But yeah.
They gave the Spider-Man game rights to the B-movie video game developers. I'll never forget that shit.
Yeah.
And then one of the positive things you had on your video was combat, right? Like you really enjoy the combat flow of this game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm kind of in the middle because I like the combat flow. I think it flows really well. I have little issues with it. Only thing being is I still feel like this game and the last game, and to a point, the Miles game, Pete's hit just feels so weak. Like, I don't know what it is, but playing all the Arkham games and then coming to this, where it's like the counter hit, I feel like Batman punches so much harder than Spider-Man, and this dude can rock people. And every single time I hit somebody, I feel like, I think Pete said it in the game, he's like, I feel like I'm punching molasses. That's exactly what this feels like.
Do you think it's the audio?
I think it's a mixture of everything, because like when you're even before the DualShock and everything, like playing the first Arkham game back on the Xbox 360, and you hit somebody, you see like the effects and you feel like the bass from him hitting, and you can just like feel the hits that he's just throwing at these guys. This one's just kind of like, you can, I don't know, it's just something about it. It just feels slow, and it feels, I don't know, not very powerful, which I get. I mean, he's not going to try and kill these dudes, but I mean, at the same time, he's the actual superhuman, not Batman.
That's interesting. I wonder why you feel that way. That'd be interesting. As far as whether it's the animation, like the hit from the, is it the hit from the enemies, like when they get hit, the hit animations, they just don't feel like they're really taking that much of an impact?
Yeah, it's a little mixture of everything with this game, because like when you're, I don't know if you can, like, that's buried deep in my head from when I was a kid, is like, oh my god, I feel like I'm fucking these guys up. Like, you can feel it. Like, the one combat thing in this game where I feel like I'm actually doing huge amounts of damage besides the special abilities is that wall animation where you're just kicking that dude in his like in his groin for like 8 kicks in a row.
That.
Like, okay, yeah, I'm fucking these guys up. Other than that, it's like I feel like he's holding back a lot, or it's just I just don't feel it. But I think the Arkham game just really set it really high, and especially with the momentum and the movement, I feel like, I mean, it's super unrealistic, but Arkham Knight, like how he just flies across the room to the next guy, I feel like that's what he should be doing. Granted, there is that bounce mechanic where you can bounce off a wall and then directly into another enemy, but I don't know. I feel like they could borrow a little bit more from the movement and combat and like sound effects or something like that. I'm not anywhere near how like familiar with how game design works, but I feel like there could be a little bit more impact with the hits and a little bit more speed. Like exactly what they did with the web swinging. They completely did it over and completely innovated, and well, I won't say innovated, but completely overhauled it.
Yeah, they gave accessibility to the player.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's what everyone's looking for. Like the accessibility. Like God of War did it really well with the accessibility and what you can do with it, and I think that's where future of the game is going to go to. But anyway, Yuri was kind of getting on my ass too. I have a bunch of random notes in here, just what people have been.
Yuri, what didn't you like about Yuri?
I don't, just like the way she's talking to Spider-Man. Like everything's his fault, and then like he's out there trying to like save people and help, and then she's just on his ass for no reason.
Well, the reason I see that is because she's like the Punisher.
That's exactly.
And he's trying to put them back into jail, where she's like, "Yo, they don't deserve jail. They deserve death." I mean, that's her arc with trying to literally kill fucking Hammerhead, which is wild.
Yeah. No, I totally get that. That's a really interesting arc that a character can go down, but I don't see why she's got such beef with Spider-Man. Like, I get it. She's trying to go and kill Cletus Cassidy, spoiler. But at the same time, she fought Spider-Man. Like, what the fuck did he do? Like, he's there trying to like.
Because now she sees him like standing in her way. That's how I view it. Where before she was standing in his way in most cases, limiting him as to what he can do and when he can join up. Now he's limiting her.
Yeah, it's kind of the same attitude I had with like, I don't know, just like this game's treating Peter like he's always wrong. It's just kind of like my nitpick.
No, yeah,
like,
I agree with that
everything.
One.
Like MJ writing the article about him, granted he had the black suit or whatever, I guess he might have been acting different, but I don't think he's acting like, compared to all the other media we've had of him in the black suit, like this Peter was pretty tame. Like, what was it, the Rhino thing you're just talking about, where he's holding the truck and he's like, "Oh, I'll go to jail," and he's like, "Who said anything about jail?"
Yeah.
He's about to slam the truck over him. Like, compared to everything else, this one's been pretty tame, and he wasn't that bad. So, and especially with like, I don't know, like, I guess in your opinion, how do you feel about Miles in these games?
I think Miles is whatever.
Is whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't hate him in this game, and I didn't really love him in this game. Because I
think that. Okay.
I think the arc with Martin Lee was good. With him saying, I can't forgive you, but I'm not gonna hate you. I like that. That was cool. But other than that, with like his essay and all that, I'm like, listen, bro, we dealing with real shit going on here. You talking about an essay for college, bro? Chill.
I did think that was a pretty well executed arc over everything with him, like from him seeing Martin Lee coming out the rap to him, like as you said, like not forgetting and not forgiving, but moving on and helping Peter. I think that was a pretty well executed arc. But other than that, like from everything, like Peter's getting shafted this whole game. Like he lost his job and he's like, "Oh, don't worry about you. You're skipping class. I'm a teacher and I need to go help these kids and I'm gone." And Miles doesn't get any repercussions from that. He has a call with his college, with the guy who wants to like sponsor him into college. He has that call, and then it ends up like him hanging up on him. I guess depending on how much you fight or play the game, he hangs up earlier. But no repercussions from that either, as far as I can tell. And like I don't know. He's just very untouchable this game. Like he's doing everything perfect. He saves Peter like 3 times. Peter's just getting shafted again. Like. I don't know. It's just not interesting.
Well, I just didn't find his character interesting in this game at all. I think he was just there, just to have him there.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried because I feel like this game was kind of a passing of the torch game, and they're going to move on without Peter, and I feel like that's not going to be a great road to go down to. But I'm interested. I'm just afraid that's where they're going to be going with this.
I mean, I think people wouldn't have an issue with that depending on if the writing was better. That's the only thing. Like, we wouldn't have a problem if Peter actually got the supermodel and settled down and had a family, right? We would all be like, yeah, fuck yeah. But given that he's settling down with a fucking bitch of a girlfriend, you know, and he's a whining wreck himself, who's constantly just, you know, subservient to everyone. It's just like, well, I don't really like this Peter. So, and it seems like it's either this is how you guys view your Peter, or you're shafting him in order to, you know, bum rush him to get to Miles. Which is like, well, now you're starting off Miles on the wrong foot, because I'm not going to like him because I'm going to resent him, because it's like, yo, this should have been Peter, depending on how they write Miles. But I don't know. They need new writers because they'll screw up Miles as well.
Because I feel like that's what they're doing with I forget her name, Cindy at the end of the game. Like I feel like they're not going to bring Peter back in. I feel like they're just going to move on with Miles, and then it's going to make like.
I think they'll probably do that in his sequel.
Yeah, like they're gonna.
But I don't think they'll do that in Spider-Man 3. But that's the thing. I don't know what Cindy. I don't know if she's gonna be Spider. Is she gonna be Silk? I don't know, because there's just so many spinning. There's so many spinning plates. I don't know what they're gonna do.
I know. I feel like if they're gonna do something, they're gonna like pick up a lot of Peter stories and give them to Miles, which is gonna be like.
They can't do that because there's no rogues gallery.
I know. That's another thing. Is like
they had to come up with new villains.
I liked it, but I also hated it because it's like the villains that we've grown up watching, and then like it's interesting, right? Like this dude shows up out of nowhere, it's Kraven, and then he starts killing off these guys. He kills off Scorpion, and we're like, oh shit, this dude means fucking business. Okay, cool. But oh shit, we just saw Scorpion for like ever. All right, and then you're going through as MJ, and you stumble upon fucking Shocker's gauntlets, and you're like, oh shit, no.
Yeah, not like this, bro. Not like this.
Not off screen, like, and the entire game I'm like, oh, I hope I'm gonna get like the black suit Shocker animated, like get back here Shocker thing, like I'm
right.
Like,
and then when I heard that, bro, my heart sank. I was like, what?
Like walk in, I'm seeing like Electro's like chest piece, I'm seeing Shocker's gauntlets, I'm seeing Vulture's wings. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like it's interesting because it's like, okay, this dude's actual like.
Yeah, but he hasn't earned that. That's the thing. That's the issue I have. He didn't earn any of those kills to me, because like we didn't see him do anything.
It was all off screen, which is the heartache. If it's like you see these things happen, maybe, but the fact it was just like, oh yeah, by the way, Shocker, Electro, Vulture, Rhino, I guess, is like all gone, then it's like, well, what the fuck? Like you're just robbing me of experiences I could have had. I don't know. But
And I think we would have overlooked that if the main gameplay had been like we had some crazy, villains and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of writers, did you see that thing of people saying that writer from the game possibly self-inserted her face into MJ?
I saw that. I don't know how much of that is true, because she would have to know like a modeler, and then the design would have to be. It would obviously have to be signed off on. So I don't know. Maybe it was an inside thing. I just don't know how that would work.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about how realistic that is, but there might be a resemblance, but I'm not gonna call it. But
there definitely looks like a resemblance, 100%.
Yeah, they got the same kind of, the jowls, but it's all right. I'm just, and then if this is what we're getting from Spider-Man, like if this is how we're treating like this kind of character, beloved all over the world, known by everybody, I'm interested to see how they're gonna handle Wolverine.
They're not gonna do anything crazy with Wolverine, bro. I just don't see it. I don't see that happening.
I don't know how they're gonna, like, are they gonna immediately introduce like all his other Wolverine pals and make them playable? Like, I just don't know.
Yeah.
And then didn't they release this game Gold? Isn't Gold like officially like, hey, this game's finished, we're good, we're ready to send it out, it's all complete?
Yeah.
Isn't that what Gold's supposed to mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've run into so many bugs in this game. I am on that mission with Salmon where you collect all of his crystals.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at that last one where you're like going up against it in his mind, I guess, and you have to destroy that gigantic crystal. I can't complete it at all. So a literal game-stopping bug.
Oh, for real?
I have to completely abandon the mission because I can't throw rocks at it or whatever. And Pete's just stuck standing there like, maybe these rocks can do something for me. It's like, yeah, they sure could if I could move.
Damn. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, I haven't heard of that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I haven't seen it anywhere, and I like completely reload the game, like load from a past save file, everything, restart the game, same thing, but kind of fucking sucks. And then another one where like these events that you're doing right now, those big exclamation points, like I'll go to one in the city, and as soon as I get there, they'll
disappear.
Yeah.
Yep. I've had that happen.
Yep. And then I know y'all already talked about it, but again, just like how it doesn't have like changing weather, changing day, no new game plus mode, like all this stuff that they've had in the past that they know we want from the start, that they just don't introduce, and it's just interesting to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it definitely needed to be in the oven a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. I think if I remember correctly, the first game it had some bugs too, but they like ironed it out over time.
Yeah, apparently the cube was an issue in the first one, but not to the extent where a good chunk of the player base was experiencing it.
Okay. And I think one of your moderators was saying, made me laugh a little bit, that they have so many opportunities and so many designs and styles of Spider-Man over the years, and they choose to take up like 8 slots for Tom Holland suits in this game. And they don't want to show us anything like I was about to start like hoping and praying that they'd introduce, what is it called? It's that one Spider-Man black suit story where like he actually lets it take over and he like starts killing people, where the like suit has like teeth almost. I was hoping that we'd get like that black suit. I forget what it's called. It's called the Spider Shadow black suit. That's like one of the coolest looking black suits they've had in recent memory, I think. And they want to, and not even, I was expecting like a Marvel Zombies too, like it being October and spooky season, like.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's fair.
Swinging around with like green webs or something, like something interesting and weird like that for the like Halloween season. Like I figured that would have been.
No, you're right. That would have been cool. Yeah, but the fact we're not getting any update until December is wild.
I know. It's like after everything, like we have every single MCU suit, but nothing to like shout out like Todd McFarlane or like any sort of distinct style of like Spider-Man or like specific like cool unique styles. They have some interesting stuff in the game like I haven't seen before, but still, I feel like they could be better utilized than just all the MCU shit.
No, 100%. Because a lot of his suits are redundant.
Yeah. But I also don't want like 18 versions of the classic suit. I feel like that's also pretty redundant.
Agreed.
Hey man, so I don't think you're gonna get a lot of disagreements tonight because again, that video is pretty fucking dead on. But I don't want to take up too much of your time unless I don't think you're gonna get a lot of disagreements unless your boy Colin gets on here and starts talking about it being a 10 out of 10. But I'm gonna let you get to some more calls and enjoy your night. I appreciate your time, bro.
All right, man. No problem. You too. Take care and stay safe. Here's another thing. Why can't I freaking do a backwards? There should be a way I can do a reverse. What do you call it? Web glide. Like if I'm web gliding, I should be able to do a quick turn backwards or something. Did they disappear? I think they disappeared. 620, you're on the line. What's the disagreement and tell me why?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep.
My disagreement. Oh wait. So I'm on. Okay. Give me one. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Alright. My disagreement has to be with web wings. I think that they're suitable just because the map is so big this time around that I think it works.
No, I think it does work. I think it works too well. I think that's the problem.
Okay, so do you prefer just web swinging all around?
I prefer.
What would you be?
I prefer web wings over web swinging.
Okay, but would you disagree that? But you do like the web wings, though. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no, the web wings are awesome. I just think they're too awesome. So in order to balance that, they're gonna have to do something with the web swinging.
Okay, and what's your take on that? I mean, I think
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what can compete with the air tunnel. I don't know.
And then what other disagreement I have?
If
I will say that
I'm thinking if the web wings are going to be like the fastest way to traversal, then web swinging is going to have to be like the coolest way to traverse.
I get you.
Where it's like I get to do tricks and certain things with web swinging that I can't do with the web wings. That's the only thing I can see.
Gotcha. And then I will say, like, I've seen your videos since I want to say the first Spider-Man, and some of your critiques was, I was always I was so bitter. I was kind of like, just be happy. Before the Spider-Man game, I was, I saw your critiques on it a lot. I was just like, just wait for the game. We'll see what the game, provides. But once I did play it, one of the things that stuck out to me was the story. I think that's something you said too in the review. And I couldn't agree more on that. But one thing I do disagree with is the flashbacks. I think the flashbacks help out build the story up, like with Harry. I know that you mentioned that being spider pals or playing with Harry on the side also helped with that. But I think one of the reasons why they do those flashbacks or non-playable scenes is because it'll if you interact with the environment, you learn more about the history of Spider-Man. And I like that.
I don't have a disagreement as far as teaching you about the character or more of the lore of the character in this world. I just think it could be done better in a more engaging manner. That's all.
More engaging. Okay, fair enough. And then I noticed in your last call, you guys were talking about Miles and Peter. And I think the guy mentioned it too. Do you think this won't be the last time we see Peter as Spider-Man again, right?
No.
There's no way.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, but I mean, that's one of my biggest gripes was also seeing Peter just always getting saved or always getting thrown around. Like, this is the Peter that you saw the first game take on the Sinister Six, and just, I don't know why, it's almost like lazy writing to me. They try to not give Peter too much shine.
MJ slutty.
Too much shine.
Look at the classic symbiote suit and symbol.
And other characters around him, like MJ.
I saw
Miles,
it looked fine.
I don't know, for some reason, I just really...
Lorenzo, thank you for the super.
Like,
will there be a disagreement day tomorrow?
Miles
Yes.
Or an MJ good characters. But you don't have to make Peter so, downgrade him in a way.
Yeah, I don't think you have to downgrade Peter in order to make Miles and MJ shine. I think that's the thing. Just have them rise to the occasion. That's all.
Yeah, and I think that's so fair, and that's one of the things that was my biggest gripe of the game. But another thing was, as far as disagreement, was probably Kraven. I really like Kraven. I liked how they wrote him.
No, you don't. Stop it. You're trolling.
I do. No, I do like
you don't.
it. I like...
What do you like about it? What's his redeeming quality? Because I don't like him at all.
Well, I just like that. I think it was like one of the things I read was just like how narcissistic he was. Like, he just wanted to go out the way he wanted. I don't know. I just liked that. It was almost like, you're filled in a game or world where not every villain has to be so complex. And I don't know. I just like the idea of that Kraven character. And I think the voice actor and character model were
yeah, I thought that's
really
all sublime. I don't know. I think he's spending all this energy because he's spending all this time and effort in making him the strongest and fastest and invisible and all that. I'm like, I think they could have done a moment where they show that he tried to come up with a cure for his cancer and couldn't, and this is what he resorted to. Because I'm like, if you can come up with a potion to make you stronger and faster than Spider-Man, and to go head to head with Venom, I'm like, surely you got some brains on you to come up with a cure for cancer or something.
So you're saying it's like a plot hole?
I mean, that's how I see it. Unless he was just like, he wants to die. But the only reason he wanted to die is because he didn't see any out. Because it was like, yo, I don't want to die like a regular man. So it would have been interesting if he had been hunting Spider-Man and then be like, yo, I want the suit. Or something to that effect. It's like him and Harry are essentially in the same boat. The only difference is Harry wants to live.
I don't know if you've seen in interviews, but I think Kraven was added on, and he was not first, he was added on after the project. I don't know, but I think it was something like Brian Enderhart was talking about how hard it was to write Kraven, but maybe that's why it was. I don't know. Didn't seem like it was written well. Then the last thing was Harry. I think whenever I saw your walkthrough, whenever at the ending, you said they didn't hate you as much as Aunt May did. Yes, that's true, but you didn't feel any sort of remorse.
No, because there's nothing to feel any remorse about. Harry's alive.
Harry's alive? Yes, but he's a vegetable. I don't know if he is. I don't know.
They're gonna do something with as far as Serum G. Because if they don't, there'd be no reason for them to keep him alive.
True.
So I feel like the whole story was meaningless because there was no sacrifice involved.
So if Harry would have died completely dead, that would have hit more.
I mean, it hit more than what they had. I don't think it hits at all, but yeah, it would have hit something.
I don't know. For some reason, it was just heartening to me, just because seeing Peter and Harry, I don't know, it built up for me. I liked how they had such a close relationship. It looked like Peter was finally having his life, the life he wanted. And you see that, when they're going to the Ferris wheel, how he's like, maybe times are changing. He's finally having the job. His friends there.
Yeah,
And,
things are looking up and everything. I still don't understand why Harry turns into Venom.
Yeah, no, I mean,
because it didn't seem like he had that big of a motive to hate Spider-Man or even to hate Peter.
I think it's more the symbiote. I think the symbiote is the one that was kind of.
But I mean, why did it turn that way for Peter, or why did it turn that way for Harry and not Peter? I don't understand.
But the thing though was that the symbiote was turning that way for Peter. I mean, that's why Miles.
That's why he had to take it off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what caused it to go fully that way for Harry? I don't know what that motivating factor was.
It was just the breaking point of the symbiote finally reaching its form of. That's how I take it as. But that is true. I don't know why.
For him to be so vicious, that has nothing to do with Harry. And even with the symbiote, you're usually in control for a certain amount of time. It took some time for Peter to lose control.
What about? How'd you feel about Harry being the symbiote or Venom?
I don't have a problem with that. I just don't think there was a big enough motive for him to become Venom.
Okay. And then, what did you think about the anti-venom? Peter having those anti-venoms.
I mean, I didn't think anything of it. I just wrote it off as, okay, this is what they want to do. I just turned my brain off for that.
Did you like the look? Did you like the look of the suit?
Do I like the look? Absolutely not. No, I don't like the look of the suit.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't either.
I think it looks. I don't know. I think it looks corny. I think the eyes are tacky.
Exactly.
Yeah, but some people like it. I was just like, they wanted to have him be able to emote. And I'm like, okay, why not just go with the classic eyes then instead of these weird shaped lenses or something like that? I don't know. It doesn't fit in with the symbiote style that they've created.
All right, and then I'll finish off with you talked about how G Serum, Harry could be brought back, but you don't think the Green Goblin would be Norman instead of Harry?
I would pray to God that it would be Norman instead of Harry. Like, we already had Harry be Venom. You're gonna make him be Green Goblin too? Yeah, exactly. I would hope so.
I mean, they've been teasing Green Goblin for, I think, and it has to be Norman. But one of my biggest fears about this is maybe like the universe getting too big in the Spider-Man universe. I don't know. For some reason, so I know Wolverine is in the same universe as the Spider-Man game is in, and then we have Cindy Moon, and then I don't know. It seems like they're building up to something bigger, and I'm so confused to how that's gonna look, or I don't know.
I mean, that's what he hinted at in the interview, like some type of civil war on that scale. But I'm like, bruh, y'all need to focus on pulling off the medium stuff before you go for the massive big scale stuff. But I don't know, maybe they're better at the big scale stuff than they are at the, medium and small stuff.
Yeah. All right. I think that's all the disagreements I had with you. With the Harry, the ending. I think I like that more. I think I like the feeling. I was feeling so bad for Peter towards the end. I mean, I don't know how you didn't, but I did. I don't know.
Because I didn't feel like I knew Harry that well. And the little that I knew of him, it just didn't seem like the Venom represented that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think the game could have been a little longer, but then again, I feel like a lot of people...
That change for Peter, where he was like, yo, I gotta take this off, or I'm gonna turn into that monster, I would have liked to see that with Harry. Because it just seemed like Venom just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and then... All right, man. Sounds good.
All right, my guy. I appreciate the call. You take care and stay safe.
Yep.
All right, y'all. I think that's gonna be it for now. We have what? Alan Wake? Bro, I don't know if we can even play Alan Wake. Oh shit, I'm about to die. Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't feel anything with Venom. Venom looked freaking cool, but it was like, well, why is Harry Venom, bro? Like, I didn't feel that escalation that there was with Peter, where it was like Peter was like, well, and then he started justifying him not giving the suit back to Harry, and then eventually, you see him as this monster as he's asleep. Although that was the symbiote, not him. I would have liked to have seen that with Harry, where eventually, I don't know, maybe there's a struggle or something where the suit comes on him, right? He gets the suit on him, and Peter is like fighting him to take it off. And he's like, no, leave me alone. And he's like, leave us alone. Or leave us alone. And then finally he transforms and Venom. But I don't know. I just didn't feel like him saying, do you want us to die and everything? I didn't feel his anger. I felt more of sympathy for him because he felt like he was being betrayed. And even still, he was like, hey, I want to, we're brothers in this. I want to help build the world together. I'm like, what the? Are you schizophrenic? What's going on? Are you bipolar? 1 second you're throwing him 5 buildings, across New York. The other second you're like, hey, we're brothers. Let's do this together. I don't know, just, this is where we first met. And I'm like, bro, why are y'all talking? Enough with the talky talk. Eat his head, bro. Eat his arm or something. Maybe if Peter had gotten a broken leg or something. Because Peter got more messed up by Doc Ock than he did by Venom. Or at least that's what it seemed to be. Like, he had to go into the hospital. They're like, we don't know if he's going to live. He was like, he got more messed up by Kraven, right? With the sword, talking about, I'm going to die, than he did by Venom. I'm just like, I don't know. There were times where he was just like unconscious, but okay, he's unconscious. Like, he was like messed up. So I wanted to see more of that. Like, Peter just like, yo, he can get wrecked, but he would always come back. So I don't know. I don't think the transition from him going to Venom was earned. I just didn't feel like it was earned. And that was just because of Harry's calm demeanor. He just had a docile demeanor about everything. He was just like, hey, I really need that suit. I wish you could bring it back. It'd be a difference like, give me back my suit. What is it in Ransom with what's his name? I forgot his name. Give me back my son. I don't know. Or if he gave us like Green Goblin, you know how much I sacrificed? I just wish I had seen more debilitating illness, right? Where he was sick to begin with. Now I wish he had come back with a vengeance. Where like he was in a wheelchair, right? No more of a cane, where it escalated to him being in a wheelchair. Where like his body was actually shutting down, okay? That's why I wanted to see where it's like, oh shit, like now I kind of feel bad having the suit. Right? Where you as the player were like, now I kind of feel kind of janky filling this suit. Where it would make Peter saying stuff like, well, you know what? Harry will be fine. Harry will be fine. Dr. Connor Starr is coming up with something else. And then you see a cutscene of, Harry in a wheelchair, with the oxygen mask. So I'm like, Pete, I really need the suit. You're like, I think we should give him back the suit. I think this is kind of messed up. But he's just on a cane, just... This sucks, popping pills. Bro, okay, you can survive. You can survive, Pippin. Okay, you strong. That's just me. I feel they gave Peter the anti-venom suit so he could feel just as powerful as Miles. Of course they did, bro. Of course they did. But the thing is, Miles is more powerful than Peter in the comics. And apparently in this, it's just, his electricity is just, it's a better moveset. I don't know what to tell you. It's a better moveset. Anyways, I think we're going to end it here. If you all still want to do Alan Wake, we can do maybe an hour or two of Alan Wake on Twitch. But yeah, I didn't like the I didn't like the tentacles. I don't even like saying tentacles. That just seems like, what are they, claws? I don't know. It just came off just random. Not my thing. Hopefully they go all out with here's what I want. I want them to do like some really crazy stuff with the story, where you get really divisive people who are like, I loved it, and people are like, I hated it. I don't think we had that. I think everyone in general was like, the story was kind of poop, right? People are either underwhelmed by the story or they just don't like the story. I don't even think they hate it. I'll say I hate it. There really isn't someone who's like, this is the best story ever. This is the greatest story ever. Besides those who are just, Lecoq writing. But if you're being honest, it's just like, okay, this is underwhelming for a sequel. For 2 with Venom, it'd be different if like Vulture was the main villain or Rhino was the main villain or hell, even Kingpin. But like you got Venom and you got Kraven, bruh. I think they should have gone all out. And I think if they had more time. It really is short, and it feels short. And it feels short because you didn't get enough of the main course. You get this appetizer with the Lizard and Kraven and Mr. Negative. It's like, yo, I want the main course Venom, and the main course Venom is like, this big. It's like, what the fudge? Honestly, Venom is one of the Spider-Man's biggest villains, if not the biggest. And the way he was handling this game was somewhat of a letdown. Bro, we got the GOAT in the stream right when we're going to end. What's going on, DVSF? I always watch his vids, bro. Great stuff. But yeah, I agree. I'm just like, I really wanted them to go all out with Venom. I think there was more of the cutscenes. I'm like, I see him in the cutscenes more than I'm playing him. And it's like, yo, let's have the, mano-a-mano fight. And I really wasn't a big fan of the final battle. That's just me. I think I wasn't a big fan of the final battle. I appreciate how they had levels to Venom. I really do. I like that. That's why I was complaining about, like, why we only have one. And they listened. They gave us different stages to the bosses. I just wish it was a better arena. I'm like, I wanted to be out in the city of Manhattan. You showed us this concept art, and I'm like stoked. I'm like getting hyped. Let's go, baby. Miles fighting in the middle of New York, Venom. Let's go. And then, they go to the football stadium and the home court, and it's just like. Anyways, we'll see what they do. I'm sure there's got to be, some DLC. Surely there's got to be some DLC. Something, bro. It is what it is. We'll see. We'll see what happens. They pay attention. They do listen. I just, I don't know. I think they have a lot on their plate, bro. They definitely have a lot on their plate because I definitely think the web wings are freaking amazing, and they overshadow the web swinging. Every playthrough I've seen of people, they're using the web wings, and it's like, why not, bro? I got these web tunnels, bro. I can why? It's faster than web swinging, bro. I got these extensions over here that I can use, and then, boost me up. Like, why the hell wouldn't I use web wings? I'd be a fool not to. So I think now the challenge is, it's like, okay, how do we beef up web swinging? I think that's going to be a benefit for everyone. I think that's what that's going to be. It's going to be a benefit for everyone. They're just going to have to go like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs with the third one. Like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, bro. Or like if anybody sees like anything remotely similar, I think people are going to be like, yeah. Like we don't want like mini upgrades. We want complete revamps. That's what I want. I want complete like revamps where like, yo, I don't even recognize the combat, or I don't even recognize the swinging, or I don't even recognize. That's what I want. If they're gonna give us a little update like they did with Spider-Man 2, which is, I'm not saying it's bad. I think it's great. They did a whole bunch of changes for the better, but you're gonna have to bring that heat for the trilogy. bro, you're about to have a trilogy. You're gonna have to bring out the big guns. Bring out the big guns. And that's what they're saying they're going to be doing. So hopefully that translates to gameplay. That's what I hope. Hopefully it translates to game mechanics and not just story. Anyways, we'll take your calls tomorrow. Everyone take care, stay safe, be amazing. I'll catch y'all Monday. Well, Carnage is going to be in the DLC, I think. He better be in the DLC, sure. But he better not be the DLC. There's a big difference. I'll catch y'all mañana. Take care.